Hello everyone, and welcome to round 8 of the 125th US Open. I'm WGM Sabina Foisor, your host once again for another round. The tournament is taking place in Middleton, Wisconsin, and things are starting to spice up after the all the schedules have merged yesterday. It is Grandmaster Josh Friedel who took over the competition, being the sole lead with 7 out of 7. Will he be able to win another game and secure his place a bit more, staying 1 point ahead of the field today? Or is International Master Sam Schmeichel going to be able to take him down, maybe even with a draw? That remains to be seen, but let me remind you on where everyone stands, and we'll do a short recap of yesterday's round. So, switch over the scene here to the standings and pairings. So, as you can see, we have Grandmaster Josh Friedel with 7 points. He's paired against International Master Sam Schmeichel, who was able to draw yesterday against Grandmaster Darius Schwartz. Then International Master Pri Roman is paired against Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, Mikhail Antipov against Alexei Bilic, Zhuzhan Chao against Andrew Titus. And yes, we have a few Grandmasters who are not paired against other Grandmasters. Nathaniel Moore also on 6 points, paired against Grandmaster Darius Schwartz. Ronald Burnett playing against Grandmaster Tanguy Ringwar. Corbin Gustafsson playing against Grandmaster Victor Matvishin. Victor had a great game yesterday. Fortunately, he wasn't able to convert, so he stays on 6 points. We will definitely be checking that out. And we have quite 2 more Grandmasters playing on boards 8 and 9. Grandmaster Harsha Baratakoti playing against Anshul Shetty, while Michael Moore is playing against Grandmaster Varakobian. Var suffered a tough defeat yesterday against Grandmaster Josh Friedel. We'll see if he has the power to come back and still compete. I mean, nothing is secure just yet. It's only round 8. The players have just started, so anything definitely can still happen. But without further ado, let me do a little bit of recap of yesterday's round 7. And I apologize about my voice. It's going on and off these days, but hopefully it's good enough to get us through round 8 and 9. 2 rounds remaining. So I'll do my very best to make sure to be super chill here with you guys. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to let me know. All right, so this game that happened yesterday on round 7 between Grandmaster Varakobian and Joshua Friedel just followed some typical Bogo Indian, Queen's Indian defense, where both players seem to be familiar with how the variation was going. Maybe preparation, maybe not. This Rook A3 was quite interesting that Var played, but there were quite a few games being played before, so it wasn't a surprise or anything like that. Then he developed in a natural fashion. Black attacked the center. So, you know, these moves, the way you see them, it was pretty much very natural play, and it did look like the game could very likely end in a draw. But with a different pawn structure, things can always go wrong for one of the sides. In this case, for example, as it turned out, Black was a bit faster to actually take control of the file. And as soon as White decided to bring in the Rook and trade of pieces, it gave White a little bit of weakness, let's just say. It weakened or it allowed the entrance of the Queen to A2. And then White didn't really, White had to be super precise. So if we look back in this position, maybe instead of a rook c3, maybe White could have considered potentially the trade of the rooks first, because now if the rooks get traded first and we go rook c3, as you notice, Black recaptures with the rook, right? Because they want to bring the rook into play. And in this case, we can definitely just trade the second pair of rooks, and white is not going to struggle, similarly to how it happened in the game. When you first see it, you might be surprised by my dead suggestion, but in hindsight, you will understand that this activity of the queen is very difficult to deal with. So white now has to trade, and black does not recapture with the rook, of course, because that would just lead to a very simple checkmate, but instead recaptures with the bishop. And here comes the very difficult moment. And as I was analyzing the game yesterday, it took forever for both myself and the chat to come up with the way. Eventually I had to look at the engine because I couldn't come up with any move, and in the end it was this very interesting idea, rook to e1. Once you understand the reason why this move is played, you will understand it's not that completely out of question, but the idea is basically we're going to lose this pawn, so we let them capture it, and then this pawn is going to be the menacing force. So in order for white to make sure that that pawn is not going to be that annoying, we need to bring in the bishop. So this was the idea, rook e1, and then the bishop comes into a4, blocks the pawns. This one in b6 eventually is going to be lost. White will capture it shortly, but first it was important to block that a pawn. So even if the engine does still give a bit of advantage for black, it shouldn't be something that white cannot deal with. So it makes things so much easier. After queen takes b6, queen takes b2, now the rook is attacked, so of course you have to move it. And while VAR was able to find this move, it's actually, you have to, in this case, to keep the bishop protected. But now the pawn advanced, and there's no way for white to actually get the bishop to block it. And as soon as a few more moves are done, you start understanding the difficulty with which white is having to do something in this position. So now bishop c4, a2, and white was faced with a very important decision of giving up the bishop. With the piece down, things didn't really go very well for white. Queen c3, very nice in between move, of course, capturing the bishop directly would lose that knight. So rook b1, you cannot go to e2 due to the back rank. Wouldn't it have been nice to have an h-pawn push? Of course, but we cannot always have everything we want. Now Varus created the push, but the more the game progressed, it was going to be obvious that black was going to convert, and that put Josh Friedel in the first place with 7 out of 7, which is a brilliant performance for this tournament. Kudos to him, and we'll have to keep up with the tournament to see how he finishes. Going on to the next board, it was an interesting fight between these two players. Grandmaster Darius Schwert seemed to have a slightly better position coming out of this Caro-Kann style position, advanced position. But a few more, as the game progressed, it seemed that it is black that was able to place his pieces slightly better and get very dominant position. So this kind of brings us to how international master Sam Schmeichel made it to the top as well with 6.5 points, and he's going to face Grandmaster Josh Friedel in round 8. So here in this position, white went wrong in a way with the move rook to c1. Basically, like, you have to be super careful about how you place your pieces. Rook a3 probably would have helped him a bit more, because even if you push d4 with the rook here, we should be able to eventually make the sacrifice. Not right now, of course, but at some point you might be able to make the sacrifice, and you should be decently fine. Queen c1 is possible, and then maybe something like this. This pawn could be menacing as well if it pushes, and the bishop in d6 actually helps stop black's further support of the d pawn. But the way the game went, there were quite a few ups and downs here. d4 very well played by black. White found himself in a position of sacrificing the exchange, but as the game progressed, it seemed very clear that if white doesn't find a way to capture the pawn in c2, things would get really, really difficult. And here, after queen d3, are threatening ideas with queen d1, but also this e3 move. This is something that black seemed to overlook for most of the game. Like this idea is very good because it actually helps bring this rook into play with the pawn on the e file and the bishop in d6. The rooks, which are very important to support the passed pawn, are not able to get into play, and that's definitely an issue. So here, after king h2, rook d7, white played the move bishop c7. Now, the reason this move is not really helping very much is because black could start with a prophylactic idea of playing the move h6, making sure there's a luft. Everything is under control there before considering queen d1 ideas, rook d2, or e3, g4, g5, g4 could be a thing, or simply g5, get rid of the queen so that we can go rook, queen d1 or queen d2, and things would have been very difficult for white. White missed that opportunity on a number of occasions. White realized that file should not be open and came back, and now white offered the queen trades. But here's the interesting thing, that queen b2 is an option. We don't need to trade, but we can also trade, and after pawn takes, probably we could continue with, well, I guess that would give us enough advantage. I had found a good move here. I just forgot what it was. Maybe it was queen d3 or queen c4. No, queen c4 was played actually in the game. It was queen d3. Yeah, queen d3, because we want to hold on to the capture, so we want to try to get back to the previous position. Basically, the queen is fine there because you can never take it, and we just need to find the entrance with our rook. But what happened here is black kept focusing so much on this idea of trading queens that missed the opportunity to actually convert this position. If I'm not mistaken, in this position, e3 was also a very good idea. There was a moment. Maybe here was the moment, the most powerful moment for black to play e3. Because the rook was opened, the queen gets locked, so we can go queen d2 or queen d1, and this rook comes into play. So if Sam had played this, he could have taken down the very strong grandmaster Dariush Fierz. Now the game continued, queen b3, and as the game continued, queen b2 is very strong. Finally, white, after a lot of trials and errors for both sides, white was able to bring in the queen to capture the pawn in c2, and now there's this idea with e3 doesn't work as great anymore because black doesn't get sufficient pressure to take advantage of the king. King h2 was a nice prophylactic a hiding spot, and now black went for the exchange, giving back the exchange, but as the pieces got traded off to a rook endgame, the players eventually ended up drawing. The position simply fizzled down to a draw. The game that surprised me for quite a little bit of time was the one that was played between Viktor Matvishin and Grandmaster Harsha Baratakoti. So all right, we got the game back together. What was interesting about this game is that white actually had a win relatively fast in the game, but missed a huge opportunity. So the players played this interesting accelerated move order where white gets to play e4. Black is attempting potentially either Stonewall or Meran, not sure yet because the knight wasn't developed in f6. But as the game progressed, it just seemed that white just took over completely. So white basically in this line gives up a pawn, but the idea is they get the bishop pair, and they get an initiative, taking advantage of black's king being in the center. So bishop a5, b6, and now queen d6 is a very nice move that allows white to have the ability to bring the rook to d1 or castle. So if you take b takes a5, we can go rook d1 and continue our pressure. Black has an extra piece, but without actually developing their pieces, it will not really show in the game. Bishop d7 was played, and after a few more moves, rook d1, castle, queen a3, bishop b7, knight f3. Black made this decision of playing the move knight a6. So he does need to develop, but he needs to make sure that no activity is going to happen from white's side. It doesn't seem that white has much, because with the queen in e4, white needs to keep the king in the center and the bishop is pinned and everything, and there's pressure. But basically, like, knight h6 simply allows the entrance of the queen to e7, which is going to be very unpleasant. There might have been some other moves for white that would be good, and I think the best actually here would have been this move c5. So basically what this does is opens up the bishop, and obviously you can't take with the knight. Although the engine doesn't give that much advantage, it looks that the knight is totally trapped in c5, so you actually have to go back. But going back will allow white the ability to weaken the position eventually with c takes b6. The knight can come into play. Obviously we want to castle, we just, you know, if we do it too soon, we lose the bishop. So there was an idea that I had seen when I analyzed this game, this position earlier for white. I don't know if it was like knight d2, maybe knight d2 with tempo, chasing the queen away, with the idea to go also knight c4, knight d6, and then that pawn will be captured later. If you ever take in g2, we do have this move bishop f3, and the king can always stay in f1. It might be safe, and of course we have rook g1 ideas. So okay, if you are a player who enjoys initiative, that should be the kind of move that you want to play, in my opinion. I'm not, so I actually missed it when when I did the commentary, but I was able to find it later when analyzing things. So queen e7 is a bit unpleasant for black. But should black black needs to play knight c5 in this position to defend the bishop, and the queen has to find its escape very soon. It might escape through there, but it gets a bit complicated, that's for sure. But basically what happened here is black made a huge blunder, a huge error, the move knight f5, and that was probably the plan all along. That's why he played knight h6. He wanted to bring in the knight, develop it. He felt that queen e7 wasn't going to be a big deal because he brings in the knight. But here comes the surprise effect. We don't move the queen back, because then what's the point going back and forth, right? We actually need to try to improve the position. And there is this brilliant move, backwards move, knight to, oh, sorry, first rook takes d7, apologies. Rook takes d7, which was played, king c8. And now there is this brilliant idea, knight to d2, attacking the queen. And basically what happens now is that you have no moves. The knight also controls b1, very important. That square is super important, because, you know, they can give in between check, you lose your queen. But now there's no good square for the queen, and white is just cruising through. It's gonna capture the rook and then capture in e6 the next move, no matter what you do. If you try to take the queen, we'll trade rooks first. Zwischenzug, then we grab the queen, and we are up a piece for a pawn. I mean, this would have been just a, you know, game over. So it felt a bit sad to me. I mean, obviously, I'm not rooting for anyone in this match. I'm just rooting for interesting games, nice moves. You know, if there's a winning move, we definitely want to find it. So it kind of broke my heart to see that the queen went back to a3 after having such a you know, clear pressure there. So this move must have you know, after the game, if Grandmaster Victor Matfission analyzed it and saw it, he must have not felt very good because this is move 17. I mean, imagine winning the game at move 17 and against another grandmaster, nonetheless, at least. So, yeah, it happens to all of us. Queen e3 was played, so that gives up the advantage. And then this next part of the game was relatively well played by both players, though it was step by step that Black was actually able to come back into the game and actually take advantage of White's king remaining somewhat in the center. As you can see, he never was able to castle. So he brought in his rook, and usually when you have a rook for, whether you're up on exchange or you have a rook for 2 minor pieces, you need to find a way to get them active, or else your rooks will not be worth that much. Here Black plays e5 instead of g5. g5 would have had more room to be annoying towards White's pieces. And then e5, queen b3, g5, finally knight e1. So slowly from here on, Black starts to outplay his opponent. Bishop f3, queen f4 was played. Actually, queen h4 would have been slight improvement, because if you play g3, we do have this check that's, I think, a bit unpleasant. But anyways, the game continued as such. Rook d6 protecting the pawn, and I want to get to another moment that was surprising. This was the longest game that made me stay up till 2 a.m. And I really wanted it to be a decisive result, because it's always nicer to have that. But I totally understand the really tough fight by both players. So White goes for c5 here in order to try to kind of destabilize or weaken Black's king, and Black finds this move queen b2, rook d7, queen f8, and chasing the queen away, and now b5. Of course, that's the move you want to play. You don't want to open up. And now guess what? Black has created 2 protected pass pawns. It's just, now it's time to figure out how sorry, how we're going to actually push them forward, because I'm telling you, it's not easy. So the next few moves, Black missed some opportunity to try to improve here. So he played queen takes c5. He went for the material instead of trying to go for the bigger issue at hand, which is actually this knight in e1, which is not well protected. So funny thing, a really cool move here is the move rook to b2. And the idea is to go queen d2, rook b1, and White is going to be in trouble with that knight. Not easy to find. It's much easier to go for the pawn, for the material, but by doing that, Black gave White sufficient counterplay to be able to get back into the game. Queen f4 check, and now this pawn is going to be the menacing force that Black has to deal with. Become passive with one of his rooks. See, he's coming in the end to this idea of playing rook a1, queen c1, but now White makes it in time to protect it. It's still a bit more uncomfortable for White, but you have to be super precise. And as soon as b4 was played, I thought the game was going to end right there. And then with the move rook takes f5, because now White brings finally their rook into play. Rook takes h7, and once the rooks get traded, White will be able to give a perpetual check over here. You can't bring the king to a5 due to mate. So I thought that was it. But you know what they say, sometimes we want more. We're getting back into the game with White. We feel that we can do a lot. The pawn is very important, and we want to hold on to it. And I understand Grandmaster Matt's vision. I would have probably tried to find more if I had also more time than my opponent. These are, by the way, correct times at the moment. So he plays bishop d3, queen c3. Obviously, he did not miss that the bishop was attacked. So he goes bishop takes f5, but this kind of keeps the rook restricted there for a bit of time. And here he finds this this idea and offers queen trades, rook f8 check, rook f5. And this worked just in his favor, and he could have definitely had it after his opponent blundered by trading the queens. As soon as the queens were traded off, White had once again the ability to try to fight for a win, but he had to be very careful. So now Black needs to try to make moves with tempo and find a way to kind of distract White from the protection of that pawn so that they can win it. If black manages to win that pawn, the game would probably end in a draw. But what happened is check, and now rook h2. And here white had to find the path to save the game. It wasn't easy. He should have probably started with a check first. This way the rook protects h7, the bishop protects h7, so we're not going to lose it. And as soon as the king moves, we can play the move knight f3 with tempo, also threatening that, but also we can play bishop d3 the next move. And if white, like I said, holds on to that h pawn, then he would have had a huge chance to potentially convert this game. Unfortunately for him, he immediately gave up that chance of trying to play for a win by making this move knight to d3. So after this move, rook takes h7, and with that pawn gone, basically all black needs to do is find a way to give up the rook for one of the minor pieces and win the g-pawn, and the game will be drawn. The players have continued playing this for another like 15 moves or so, and at move 74 they agreed on a draw. So these were like the three main big games that I wanted to kind of go over for today as a recap. I certainly hope you enjoyed it, and yeah, I can't wait to get the round 8 started. Now I can take a breath. I took a breath. Okay. All right, so welcome everyone. Thanks for being here. I missed some parts of the chat. I'm gonna catch up with it, and also of course bring up round 8 for everyone to finally enjoy. What did I miss? All right, Israel to see a GM on boards 1 and 2. That's true. They don't play GM versus GM, which is surprising book move. That is totally true. Did I have some ginger tea? I did make myself ginger tea. I have my ginger tea. It is overly strong. I left it stay too much, but it doesn't matter. I have it. My voice is back to. It's not improving. Especially when I get excited, I feel like it goes so high pitch. Like I can hear it. I don't know how you guys hear it. I don't like to hear myself back, so you can let me know how if I sound better. I'm sure I sound better than day 1, so at least one good thing about this. Thumbs up for that. Blizzard, yeah, e3, you're right, e3. I did mention it in the end. I totally forgot which moment it was, but yeah, that was a nice move. I think you're referring to the move knight d2. Hi, Chris. How are you doing? Yeah, round 8 has started. They go with like 2 moves delay. I just always like to do a little bit of recap of the previous round to make things interesting and exciting as we are getting ready to get more moves. So I didn't want to do that. Like just wait, but now we have them, so we can catch up. It's nicer to catch up when you have them than to sit there and wait for them. I think it was my idea to do these recaps, so you know, if you have someone to blame, if you don't like it, you can blame me. Nobody. I made the decision myself. All right, so this is gonna be definitely a very intense fight. I think Josh is definitely going to try to play for a win. Actually, I don't know where Sam is from. Do you guys know which state he's from? I know Josh is a local from Wisconsin. So they followed this Nimzo Indian line. I used to play this, but I think sometimes I played with f3, sometimes with knight e2. You can actually give up this pawn, and it's just some complications, but I like knight f3 a bit better for white. Castle. Knight a4. Okay, this is yeah, this is important, this idea. So he takes the knight away from the attack, So he has this idea with a3, b4 eventually, and trapping the bishop. Takes, a3, bishop f8. So now white stays with the super powerful center, and black chooses like a more, solid kind of approach, kind of like hedgehog style position. But eventually he will attack the center. We'll just have to wait when. It's actually interesting that they played this, because these are, I think, the toughest positions to play. So I'm quite curious to see how Josh is going to approach it. I've had it many times, and sometimes you improve, and at some point you don't know what to do. And if you're wasting some more time, then the opponent will actually start breaking through. So you have to be very cautious. Black attacks the center immediately. He could have probably prepared it a bit more with maybe like rook c8 or maybe g6, bishop g7, which is quite typical for a hedgehog, right? You want to also h6, maybe a6. But he goes for e5 immediately. Takes, and this is the current position. Oh, Sam is from New York. Okay, got it. Yes, so as I showed at the start of the stream, so Josh is the only player with 7 points, and we have Sam Schmeichel with 6.5, and then I don't even remember how many players with 6. There are a lot of them. I'll let you know in a second. 18, 16 players with 6 points. So out of those 16 players, we could just have 8 with 7. And so, I mean, if he wins, he kind of secures himself potentially the opportunity to play a match. But I think because they always play, they don't go by tiebreak. The top 2 play a match usually if it's shared first. So that remains to be seen. I mean, it's gonna be huge if he qualifies. I actually haven't seen him play that much in a long time, so coming back to play some chess and play some great chess is definitely making for a great story. So it'll be his story. But he still has 2 very tough rounds ahead, so this one and then one more round ahead of him to maintain. He has to maintain his psychology, he has to maintain his focus, and try his best to make it through. I mean, it's not easy. At this point, the position is somewhat balanced. I mean, white needs to deal with e4 right now. So if you're wondering about this, I am too. I am wondering about this. Is there some kind of dynamic? I mean, takes. Dynamic idea with knight g4, queen h4 potentially. I feel that Sam has this analyzed because he's played way too fast. Or maybe black doesn't take. Is Friedel happy with a draw here, or is he going for more? To tell you the truth, if I were him, I would probably play with a draw in my pocket, kind of wants to win, because in the last round, very likely he will have the black pieces and he will face a GM. So, I mean, do you want to try to beat an IM with the white pieces today, or a GM with the black pieces tomorrow? Now, that's the mindset. But of course, like, don't get me wrong, International Master Sam Schmeichel is not easy, person to beat or something. I'm just saying, like, from the perspective of, if you think from his perspective, that's should be the kind of mindset, although he did beat VAR the other round. So, with black pieces, so maybe black is his strong suit. It's hard to say. It's very hard to say. I mean, at these tournaments, there's so much pressure, I think. Or maybe he plays pressureless. Yeah, yeah, it's true. He does play someone weaker at this stage, indeed. But also we have to remember, like, he did beat VAR. Um, he played the traditional schedule, so VAR was technically his first like super top um uh opponent, but he no, it actually was his second because he also beat Zhu Chao, if I remember correctly. That was an interesting game too. Dina, oh my god, thank you so much for the raid. I highly appreciate it. Shout out to Dina. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome everyone. How's it going? Great. It's been a long time, Dina. How are you doing? Congratulations on your hitting the largest number of YouTube views. That's pretty amazing. I hope your trips and content continue to grow a lot. She was on top of her chest today. That's great to hear. Isn't she always on top of her chest? Yeah. I haven't seen you in so long. I feel like it's forever. Hopefully I'll see you again at some point. Uh another great some other tournament or something. But yeah, be sure to check out Dina if you haven't done so yet. Although you brought most viewers, so I'm currently commenting on rounds 8 of the US Open, which takes place in Wisconsin. Round 8, we have Josh Friedel with 7 out of 7. Is he going to be able to outplay his opponent today and kind of get closer to that qualification spot for the US Championship? Or are things going to be changed? You know, we also have Danya, who's competing in this tournament, by the way, also from Charlotte, like Dina. And I was surprised to see him back, but he is competing. He could be one now if he wins today, and we'll get to his game in just a moment. Actually, let's start catching up because he's next up on the next board. He actually played the Scandi. I want to see that. No, he didn't play the Scandi. It was knight c3, d5, e4. Okay, that's funny. It's just our companies to rewrite their opening stuff names. Dania was doing pretty well. He had a really nice win yesterday, and he's on 6 out of 7. He's on 6 out of 7. He lost one game. I don't know how he lost it because it was not broadcasted live, so I haven't seen it. But he is on 6 points out of 7. Really close. So let's catch up. D4. This reminds me of one of those lines like when you play D4, knight C6, C4, E5, D5, knight E7. Those are, I think we're calling that, or sometimes there's D4, knight F6, C4, knight C6 or something. So many interesting things that you can play with reverse colors and try to get some good positions. So his opponent is trying to just kind of get out of theory, but I don't think Danya is someone you want to get out of theory with necessarily, because he's really good. D3. Has black overextended with this pawn is the question. Now white wants to go bishop g5. So if we're black, would we want to go bishop h6? Or was that gonna be super bad? Apparently. Actually surprised the engine of blue. It's that knight h5. Okay, first. So his idea after bishop g5 is to go probably bishop e7, I presume. Okay, I like that idea. Wait, he played the blitz? I didn't even see. He played the blitz? But Daniel loves blitz. Michigan Eagle. Yeah, someone else mentioned that. I think it was Bookmove who mentioned that as well. I didn't even check the blitz standings. I should have. Let me check it. Wow. Went 14-0. That's crazy. Hey, that's a great way to prep for the classical game, don't you think? I mean, but you know what? Why is he so low on time though? Why is Daniel so low on time? He went to the Blitz tournament and decided to play the US Open as a side event. That's a good one. That's a clippable thing. Uh, that's funny you said that. No, come on. The truth is I'm a bit surprised because I talked to him last year and it seemed to me from my understanding, I mean maybe I misunderstood that he didn't really want to play classical chess anymore. And I know he enjoys blitz and bullet a lot, so I was really surprised to see him on the list. And then he showed up and then he came and he played and obviously he's gonna do well. He's a super strong grandmaster. I'm just surprised to see him play back classical chess. So, he's a great commentator, and if you're not following him yet, you're missing on a lot. You definitely should. But I'm just, it's just gonna be exciting to see him play again if he does, win, and then yeah, he has to take down Josh. But it can happen. I mean, anything can happen. I don't even know. But yeah, first he has to take down his opponent today, Roman, which has something prepped clearly because playing way too fast. But we'll see. The 4-day schedule is like an extended weekend Swiss. I guess you could say that. I guess you could technically say that. 1 second. Amsterdam, hey, welcome. One thing he mentioned was that yours isn't FIDE rated. Ah, I see. Okay, so you guys have been following more. I follow a lot of things, but there's so much great content, chess content out there, wouldn't you say so? By a lot of top players, and it's hard to keep up with everything. But yeah, let me know if you know anything, any details that I'm not aware of. Besides, as you know, or some of you might not know, I'm recovering my voice from bronchitis and laryngitis. How do you get both in the summer? I don't know, but thankfully I'm still here. I'm doing this. I was kind of nervous that I wouldn't be able to do it till the last moment. I haven't talked for 3 days before doing commentary for the US Open. That is the true story. Not because I didn't want to, because as you can see, I talk a lot, but because I had no voice. And now it seems to lose it again. We'll see. We'll see. I'm very thankful for being here. Let's catch up with some of the other games. But if you know anything else about Tanya, don't hesitate to. It's sounding great. Wasn't it you, Michigan Eagle, that mentioned that I'm gonna sound at the end of the tournament much better than the first day, compared to compared to other years. So that is a good thing. You said I looked happy. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll get them recovering. So I have a Nidor on board 3. Grandmaster and T-Both against Bilic. Bilic came up with this very interesting Sicilian yesterday. I did not show that sacrifice in my recap today, but it was quite an interesting sacrifice in the Sicilian. Now they follow the some line of the Nidorf, which is probably not the main line. Knight takes d4. Rook takes d4. And then what's the plan for black? I wonder if it's queen b6. And what is black gonna do with the king? There's no I'm castling short. How do I get this rook into play? It's not so easy. Antipov on the side of Assisi is like a fish in the sea. Are you saying he's gonna outplay his opponent? We'll see. We'll be back. We got this line in the QGD exchange variation. This has become more and more popular these days because a lot of people really try to avoid allowing the knight to go to e5 and then sometimes having ideas with f4, like Pillsbury attack ideas. So now b4. Now he goes for the minority attack. Now does black have time for a6, or should we go for knight c4? Because sometimes you put the knight here and then you want to play b5, but if you do this, yeah, we're turning knight a3, so you don't have time to play b5. Do you think white in this position is going to go for give up the bishop? Nah, no. But knight a3. Computer doesn't like it. Maybe this. No, but we have g4. My goodness. What is a good move after knight c4 for white? Should we attempt queen e2? You want to take, but I just... Are we much better? I know the engine says so, but like, it's the bishops. Give both bishops. Maybe now b5. Yes. That's the story. That's the follow-up. Which is really funny because it's so counterintuitive. Like you give your bishop pair and then you're like, hey, by the way, I'm going to open up the position so that your bishops can have something to do, you know, so b5, and yeah, that would be great. That would definitely be great. Second ginger tea has arrived. We'll be back to this game, but this is a nice idea. Oinest bishop takes. I wasn't gonna do it, but you made me. You made me make the right decision. So thank you. Thank you for that. I need some hints sometimes, you know, a little bit of. Oh, what was this? Another queen's Indian. Okay. Yeah, this is something some people do. They play b6 and then they play c6 because they want to play d5, so then transpose to some kind of Catalan. Yeah, now we are basically doing some kind of Catalan. How do I feel about the move knight e4? I was thinking bishop b7 first, but you know what? I kind of like this move. Bishop b2, and now I'm thinking knight d7. And if you go knight d2, I think we're gonna go f5. Go for it. Go for this idea. Knight comes to f6. We're playing a stone wall, but a good kind of stone wall for now, at least, as we'll have a5, a4 ideas. White didn't trade the dark square bishop. This would be quite a solid kind of stone wall, let's say, if that were to happen. Of course, you can also go knight, not here, sorry, after bishop b2, what did I say, knight d7. You can also go knight f to d2 in order to have the ability to play f3, but then knight d6, there's usually this kind of maneuver that white does sometimes too. And then we go bishop b7, proceed. And we'll figure out how to attack the center. Maybe we don't go f5, maybe we still do f5, to be determined. I tell my students a lead in development versus bishop pair. Someone's going to open the game and the town is only big enough for one. I see. Interesting. You want to go c5 here, Blizzarda? Okay. Okay. I can give you that. But my question to you is, how do you feel about hanging pawns? Are you comfortable to play it? If that is the case, then yeah, sure, you can go for that. If not, then you're not comfortable. Okay, then don't go. Then don't play c5, because you're gonna get hanging pawns, and yeah, you gotta figure out what to do after. Okay, what else have we got here? Castle. English, the good old English. Pretty balanced, I'd say, if you ask me. Chess lover, hey, welcome back. Oh, but I changed the game long time ago. Oh, you want me to go back to that game where I said that? So here, you want c5? Okay, that's like, all right. I'm fast. I'm fast. I'm a fast talker, despite my my voice issues. I'm still talking fast. It's the way I rule. I'm go away, Bishi. And no, you can't take in c3 because when I take back, your rook is hanging. So Okay, you can go bishop g4 or something. I'll go e4. The engine has an even better choice. No, there's bishop f5. Or pawn f5. What is the bestest way? Okay. When in doubt, improve the position of your pieces. I'm just gonna come up with all the statements. Oh, yes, okay, 92. We are in the make or break. Make or break the tournament. You would rather play bishop d7. Okay. And then your bishop is going to be very sad. I still played the same thing. I'm not changing. I'm not changing my mind. If my knight goes to c4, this pawn goes to d6, this knight goes to d5. White is cruising through. White is cruising through here. Anyways, let's catch up with some of the... I want to see if there are blunders. You know me. I like to see other people's blunders, not my own. My own are not fun to watch. You never understand GMs. They play illogical. Come on, Poingalis. They don't play illogical. Oh, this line. This is a very aggressive line against the Grunfeld. I think where we can expect bishop e2, and then black needs to attack the center, I think, b5 or something. And the question is, what do we do over here? Because we do need to castle eventually, so do we play h6 or do we take? Which one do we go for? I would go for h6 personally, but that's just me, and then you probably don't want to go in the corner, and then we'll do something like this, ideally. And white enjoys a slightly more pleasurable position. That would be my take on that game. I can never predict the GM's moves because they're good. Come on, you can do it. Have confidence. Have confidence. Whenever I do predict the GM's move, I worry for the GM. Come on, Chris. You're not that bad. You're not that bad. Come on. Come on. I like predicting moves. You know what's best? When you actually find the best move and they don't. It feels so good. But it's much easier. Did you ever notice whenever you're analyzing someone's games and you're watching it, you can so easily find so many great moves, but whenever you have to play your own games, you're just like they playing like very very bad moves. I don't know why that is. I think we just have so much confidence we want to prove things or something that we are doing so much better when you can predict their first move with 51%. I'm sure you can do probably better than that, especially if you check their games a bit. So we had another Dutch here. VAR went for the Dutch. He's trying to outplay his opponent the best he can. He didn't, yeah, I guess he's just like, I'm going for the Dutch. Okay, his opponent is 1800, so, but still, he has to win. I'm liking White's position. He has way more space. He might be able to outplay him eventually, but also, what's up with this time difference? In all these games, there's like a half an hour time difference between the. Okay, this is a more decent time difference with the GM actually having more time. And we got another Caro. Simple old exchange variation. Ideas are to place the knight there. F4. Bring in the rooks and mate. Easy. Although Anjanea is pretty strong. Alright, GM Praveen Balakrishnan has played the King's Indian against Oscar. Zemish. It's been a while since I've seen the Zemish. I used to play this when I was a kid. And then I stopped. I don't know why. This h4 move is new for me. I think white sometimes can just allow that to happen, and then you go knight g3 and you get your pawn back. And actually, in these situations, white sometimes even castles short and then brings the knight back into play through h1. Oh, you like the feature to predict the moves? These f3 lines all look like the Zemish. Well, the Zemish is against the King's Indian, basically. So yeah, depends what the other side plays, but yeah. Is the kid making a comeback? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, why wouldn't it? It's not that bad of an opening. Actually, I was watching this video with Magnus. I was watching this video, and basically, I think he said he was asked about openings, like what he thought about different openings. I don't know if you guys saw it. And he had to say 3 words for each opening. And they filmed it, I think, for the chess.com and his team for this esports tournament, and they asked him about each opening, like 3 words to describe it. And for King's Indian, I believe he said, it's so bad that it works. Did you guys see that video? It's hilarious. If you didn't, you should definitely you should definitely check it out. It's so hilarious. It's like I was on the floor when I listened to that. I don't know if he said it as a joke or for real, but yeah, he's like, it's so bad that it works. It's a pretty fun video. He doesn't know what 3 words means. I was sure you're gonna make a comment like that, Chris. Listen, most of us don't. Some of us just like to use more words. Why would you restrict us to only 3? Come on. I do like white here, yes. 3 words, not 3 words. But maybe he thought it's free. Because, you know, like people say free instead of 3. Sounds the same sometimes if you say it in a certain fashion. Easy. Easy fix. Well, eventually. So basically, okay, now white is up a pawn, but this is like a banco, but it's like a good banco. I don't think white should worry about anything and should castle short. And then just kind of get the queen out and then focus on here. He's not going to do any kind of attack or anything. Ah, okay. Let's get back to the chess. I'm not getting into drama in him. I'm not getting into any kind of statements they're trying to get me. I'm just saying funny things. That's all. I don't want to get into any kind of dramatic. Ooh, I like this line. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. I think this is called the Four Knights. Bishop c5. Oh, okay. I play bishop e4 sometimes. King e7 is the best move, indeed. Don't you ever play this and take here, because you may think you go queen e7 and you get rid of the queen, but after bishop f4, this queen is never leaving and your bishop is gonna die in c8. Please don't do that. Be very careful about it if you're ever playing this line. So king e7 is actually quite fine, and then e5, and even if they check you, now you go king f8, and the position should be quite fine. I haven't tested it myself, but I'm told. I'm told it's fine. Knight back, check. Nice. Nice, nice. Okay. It's still early to tell what's gonna happen here. But we will have some development. King, in my opinion, goes to g7. Or maybe he will go b5, bishop b7, actually, I'm not sure. Although I'm thinking rook f8, f5. Cute. TBD. Lots of options here. Lots of options on both sides still. It's still early. It's move 15, but there's still lots to be played. Why look at chess games when we can have so much fun? Oh yeah, sure. We can have fun, but you know, it's like there's a big things are at stake here, Chris. Like qualification for US Championship. So, you know, we're gonna look at chess and try to see who's gonna make it. I didn't even keep up with that kind of drama, Michigan Eagle. I heard there's something, but I didn't get what it was about, so I just kind of. The funny thing is that there's so many things going on these days, including me after last night's stream, this 2 a.m. stream. I tried to sleep, and then I couldn't wake up in the morning to finish my deadline, which was submitting my favorite moments from last round to JJ to be posted. That's why his articles was late, probably because of me. And then suddenly, you know, like it's time to stream again. And that you want to know the best part is that tonight I'm gonna stream. After the stream ends, maybe I'll get a couple of hours of sleep. I'm not even sure. I have a flight at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning to St. Louis, but it has a stop. So I will make it there at some point in the morning. Hopefully get some sleep finally. And then I have to comment on the final round. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. Prayers for me that everything is working according to plan. And yeah, if you want to talk drama, I decided to create some. So let's hope it's not going to be really dramatic. uh... yes, they want to hang out with you, Chris, definitely. Who wouldn't want to hang out with you? And I cannot have coffee. Yes, I cannot have coffee or any kind of caffeine or fizzy drinks. So that is going to be the best. That is going to be the best story to tell. I cannot wait. So if I survive this weekend, counting my blessings, and well, I will be seeing you on my own stream starting the following week once I'm back, and I'll get everything ready to be back to my own streams, and probably a bunch of I need to catch up with my podcast for US Chess. If you are not checking that out, you should definitely check out US Chess on social media accounts, especially YouTube, because quite a bit of things have been posted, and there are 3 podcasts going on. Mine has been delayed because I haven't been able to record it to my voice. But I have two very exciting guests that I can't wait to interview. And then maybe there'll be some other content. I'm sure there'll be some fun content to check out. So Yeah, what I'm doing in San Luis. So I'm gonna teach an all-girls camp starting on Monday. That's why my flight is so early, because I wanted to make sure I make it in time to not to miss the commentary for the final round. And since I'll be doing it, since I'm doing it remotely, and you know, then I'll be there. So I didn't want to leave also late to make sure that I make it on time for the final, like, first day of camp on Monday. So yeah, it was great knowing all of you. If you don't hear from me, have me in your prayers. It's yeah. But guess what? I'm gonna make, like, as soon as I can have coffee, I'm gonna send everyone a link, like, here, buy me coffee if you want. No, I'm kidding. But who knows? Maybe I'll do that. When are you coming to San Luis, Chris? You're probably coming the day that I'm leaving, which is Saturday, next Saturday. So yeah, so I'll miss you. Regina will be coming maybe later tonight to say hi for sure. Yeah, I'm leaving Saturday. I know Brian is also making it there Saturday, so I felt sad. I'll be missing everyone. But I need to make it back to my cat. My cat, poor cat, has been lonely for a lot of this summer, so she needs some time. She may be more, you know, introverted, unhappy, but she does want me around, I think. I can only hope. If not, I'll make her. Just kidding. She's adorable most of the time. So the two players just followed some typical the Chigorin line in the Rey Lopez. Bad timing, Chris. I know. Yeah. I think I'll be missing you this year. I don't think I'm gonna see you anymore. You will have to join the stream more often. Grandmaster Fishvine. After two amazing results in both the US Seniors Championship, which he won, and the Irwin, which he co-won with International Master Stuart Rachels. He's competing in the US Open as well. It's a pretty good run so far. And White is very aggressive, G4. What is White's best move in this position? Don't tell me it's 92. Oh my god. This is cute. So they just take it. Maybe 94. I'm coming for F6 and I'm gonna mate you. But Chris, feel free to bring me some tea. You can always get me some tea. But no black tea, any kind of tea. I'm running out of tea. All right, Maple. I will get back to you as soon as I wake up from my sleep tomorrow. He's on a roll, yeah. Yeah, that Banco game, I love that game. I analyzed it. It's probably gonna be posted on YouTube. It is definitely my favorite. I analyzed it for Chess Life on for Chess Life Online too. It was definitely great. Lots of giving up a pawn and gaining all the initiative, being down 3 pawns and being able to outplay his opponent was definitely, like, really brilliant. Okay, now that the queens are off the board, there will be no attack, and I think he will slowly outplay his opponent in that game. We already have an endgame in this one. It's with some Catalan. I want to see if we have any blunders. You know how I love my blunders. What was this? Okay, why does this move get double exclam? It's just like a normal move that wins a pawn. Okay. Yes, double. Wait, did he take an e5 too? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, that's why it gets double exclam. First pawn to go, second pawn to go. Oh, sorry. I feel bad for black. Too many losses back to back. And white almost didn't use any time. How strong can one get by using books to learn chess? Pretty strong, depending if you're reading the right books. You need to use chess books, and you need to use them in increasing order, you know, just all parts of the game. Make sure you're considering, you know, looking at middle games and openings, definitely lots of end games. Check out classical games. Cool position in Antipov. Did you get my book, Chris? I didn't know that you got it. I don't remember. I'm trying to convince Elshan to still write a book despite us not being together anymore, but listen. I think it will happen. It will happen eventually. I feel like. Oh yeah, you did get it. Yeah, I remember when you got it. Yes, yes, yes. Um, I do have a couple of ideas, and he agreed with me, which I just need to sit down with him and make sure that we get it. You know, I think we can get the material compiled. I need to get the material somewhat compiled, and then make sure he sits down and writes. I think we could probably get something else. It's not in the works yet, but we've talked about it. So I would be very glad to still work with him and create something cool. You love puzzles? Okay, sounds good. Well, it has some puzzles, but it has end games as well, and it also has quite a nice selection of games that Elshan specifically wanted to put there to kind of introduce different topics. And I love the story. Like, to me, that's my favorite part. If I were to buy that book and read it, I would read it for the detective story inside that I think it's kind of cute. It's kind of a cute mystery um to follow along. What is going on here? White is thinking they're gonna get the bishop, but will they really get the bishop? Hmm. I'm not sure. I have some ideas in mind, like infiltration. Also, this can't I just knight? So if I go knight b6, bishop takes b6. If I go knight c5, bishop takes e5, and I go bishop d7. Isn't white just winning a piece? Looks like GG. Yeah. Good job, Chris. Good job, good job. Yes. You did it. You did it. I don't know what's going on. I think white definitely missed that. I mean, because you're thinking, well, the knight will be captured, but then you forget that it frees up the square for the bishop. This is still Ted Wang. He is one of the co-winners of the Rockefeller Tournament, Invitational Tournament of Elementary School. I think we're getting back to the top boards in just a moment. Yeah, these positions are quite balanced. Okay, let's catch up with the top. board and see what we missed. Some trades. It has changed a lot, so it looks like he did go for that. Okay, so I was trying to figure out, remember I was asking what's going on with the, if we capture, sorry, the pawn, so it looks like queen c7 was the move. I was thinking to take first and knight g4, but it looks like queen c7. Now I got my answer. Okay, so black gives up a pawn, but he is going to potentially get it back. I guess he is getting it the next move. I feel like Sam had all this analyzed because look at the time. It's been already an hour and a half since they started, and he only spent about 20 minutes, right? Because the time control is 1 hour 40 for 40 moves with 30 seconds increment starting a game on move 1, and then 30 minutes sudden death. He's coming out of retirement. Did he announce something, or did he take the opportunity to just play because it happened in his state? So he chose to give up the F pawn. Okay, makes sense. Now we trade. We go back, and he's gonna play this endgame. Who is better and why? I'm not super sure, actually. Oh, lots of things happen in this game. Chris is being tough. Chris is being tough. So white castles. I'm not the biggest fan of the way Dania's position is looking like, but referee with her iron fist. Yeah. Definitely. Don't get Chris mad. You want to be on his right side. That way you're avoiding the fist. I was trying to make a joke. I don't know if it turned out decent. The F3 moves as an awful move. You mean for whom? For the previous game? But how are you going to stop the mate? What, do you want to play G3? Then you're losing after Queen F3. You're just going to get mated. You don't really have another choice to defend unless you want to go Queen F1, but then you're really passive here. Maybe this could have worked. I feel like black would try to bring his rook into play as well. You are staying on the defensive. I know you're up a pawn, but you're staying on the defensive. It's not so easy. Yeah, Daniel's position I'm not a fan of right now. And he also doesn't have much time. But I'm not worried about the time because it's Dania, but I'm worried about the position a bit. It shows this is a mistake and that white had plus. A plus here. Where was the plus? Am I a fan of disqualification events? I think it makes sense for the open section. I'm not sure how much it makes sense for women, but it could be. I mean, but I feel like it should be in the same place. Like it probably should be organized at the same time as this or something. I'm not sure if Vegas is the place to organize a tournament like that. Although I do love the way the National Open is organized, and I appreciate a lot of the work that Mr. and Mrs. Losov are doing. I don't know if that is the tournament. I mean, it hasn't really brought as many strong players in the past, but maybe if you announce it, I don't know. I don't think I'm the person to ask these things. I don't think I'm the right person. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it's tricky to say. It's tricky to say because I couldn't tell you. I couldn't give you an answer. I don't have an opinion. I don't know. I think it's nice to have an extra spot by rating in a way, but yeah, it's tricky to tricky to really answer that question. Hi, Sarhane. That doesn't work. Is it like bishop f4, but then e5? Could he have done? Could he have sacrificed somewhere? No. What is a good move for white here? Bishop back. Maybe king castle. Yeah, I that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it like f4, f5? I don't think there's a sacrifice because don't tell me it's this. Oh my god. Ah, this is killing me. This is so intense. I guess you can't castle because you lose the piece. And I'm threatening e5. I guess that's why. Here's your answer, Chris. Rook takes d6. Wait, do you want to go knight takes e4 here? No, rook d8, queen d8, I think. I think I take first, and now maybe rook d8. Because otherwise my queen was hanging. Yeah. That's a brilliant idea. Okay, so now it's black is back into the game. He missed rook takes d6, Chris, yeah. This was the game we're talking about, the knight c4, but I guess he didn't play it, or... Oh, he played... Black didn't play it, white played a4, okay. So White's gonna play this game for a while. Vars has improved. Oh no, this is Darish's game. Yeah. Okay, now White trays the bishop, but Black should have time to bring this bishop into play. I don't know. I'm not sure if he will do that. Maybe he will do this. They need a puzzle rush, maybe. Hi, Dead Dogs. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. Still balanced. Balanced. Queen d6 mistake. I guess White never castled. White didn't want h6. White wants to try to find a way to mate. Okay. This might be one of those faster games. Var has followed through with his plan, which is nice. Okay. Andrew has a decent position. All right. So guys, I will take a short break to get some more tea. I just finished my second one, so I need to get a bit more. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you with I'm just gonna check. There was a move that someone suggested earlier. It's like instead of bishop c2, bishop f1. But this is taking the knight. Someone suggested. I was like, what move? I think here's where you suggest your Blizzarda, but yeah, it wasn't possible. So yeah, so the best you can try this out, but the way he tried it was f3, which I think makes sense. Going into the end game, like, it just makes sense. Okay, so what I'm doing is, as usual, I'm gonna put you on like to check out all of the games, and I'll be back. Hello, it's me, the cat. Regina is here. She wants to see what's going on in this matchup. And all the others, what did I miss? Ron Burnett from Tennessee representing. Yes, he's there. Oh, I'm sorry. I left the mouse on over a rook. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, well, I'm back. All right, Regine, let's see what's been going on. What do we think? So we left off after f3, right? Bishop takes f3, queen takes f3. She suggests en passant. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, you guys are not happy with this position. I presume he's gonna go back, or oh, this is not. Hmm. Do you guys think he will take an f6? Because I was thinking about this move for a while. I really want to bring the knight into play, and the engine does not want to let me. What, he wants b5? No, can possibly be. He wants the rook, but where? Maybe here. Yeah, I don't want to give the bishops, but you are also doubling his pawns, so I was just making a suggestion. I don't know. I mean, it could be. Could be something to do. It's hard to say for sure. How's Danya doing? Danya is back a bit, considering he did not have that great of a position earlier. Bishop g5, a5. Okay, he's down a pawn, but he may find some activity on this, and he does have that protected pawn. I mean, if he manages at some point to go b5 and remain with those connected pawns, it might be actually good. So we'll be back to that game. What else did we miss? So here, the game proceeded as normal, basically, since white missed rook takes d6. He's gonna try to, but now he has this rook here. I mean, I would have rather had the other one, but you know what? Maybe this rook will come into play in such a manner. Who knows? Still pretty balanced there. Masterclass. Yeah, I think Grandmaster Zhuzhan Chao is pretty good with positional chess, especially when they're like very like he builds up these targets to attack. He's the most of the games I've seen, he's done an amazing job with them. So I guess this is going to be to be nice to see how he outplays his opponent. But basically, like now, if these two bishops get traded, then the knight is definitely much stronger than the bishop. And you cannot take a5 because if you allow the rook to get on 7th rank, it's really, really bad. Yeah, the f5 square is pretty nice for white. Okay, Darius is probably gonna recapture like this, unless there's a tactic that I'm missing. If pawn takes like this. Do you think black should give up the rook and take? No, cannot be. But okay, we can just go bishop e7. It's important. Even bishop a6. I like bishop a6 a bit better. Okay, maybe bishop b7. And the knight hang, or maybe bishop d7. Even better. And then yeah, black is black is equalized without much trouble. We don't have that many blunders today like we did yesterday. Bar is coming back into the game. He needs to free up that bishop, but now he has to go with it back to c8 a6, I think, because there's no point to bring it to h5. But for the time being, it needs to protect here, so he will keep it for now. Black would love to play a5, but that's hanging, so how is he going to prep things? Do you think we're gonna envision something like this and then bringing in the queen? Because if you're bringing another piece, you know, to put pressure, that would be nice. Where is this move a mistake? Does it allow just g5 with tempo? G4, I mean. It does. Nice. All right, let's stick to these top boards. Oh, he went for it. You guys were unhappy about my decision. I know giving up the bishop pair, but that's not. You need to get something in the position that you can still, target and attack, I think. So bishop f6 helps. And then rook f1. All right, is Danya's approaching. Look at that, b5. I called it first. He needs to create his counterplay on the queen side, or else, the the extra pawn will start showing off on the king side. So white has 5 versus 2, and that's a lot. Reggie, what's up? What's up, cute little girl? You've had enough? Okay, chillax. Not more has happened here. Rook b6, prepping to bring another piece, triple up on the b file. And that's a dominating move, the dominating factor in this game. Okay, Regina said enough. Yeah, you're done? Okay. See ya later, alligator. I guess she has not had enough. Oh, she has. Okay. We're back. She was like, I want to inspect the board. Nah, never mind. Change my mind. Okay. So what do you guys think? Whom are you rooting for? Let me ask you that question. That's a question I haven't asked so far. Is there a particular player that you're rooting for to win the US Open? You're rooting for Josh. All right. We have 1 vote for Josh. Anyone else? Did he actually make a statement that he has a comeback? Is like, I really haven't seen him play in a really long time. He seems very nice. I didn't really get the chance to interact with him much, but I've seen him at many tournaments. Since 2018, he didn't make a statement. I see. What about yeah, Danya. I was about to say, what about Danya? Can Danya make a comeback? Danya would be making a comeback too, Chess Lover. Zhu Chao, you're rooting for Zhu Chao or Maple? Did you get the chance to interact with him? Because I tried to interview him once and I didn't understand him. It was very hard for me to understand him. I like his playing style, though. I played him once. I lost really badly to Shushan Chao. He totally outplayed me. Gotcha. All right, so Darius took with the c pawn, and now knight c2. I didn't try to, get any infiltrations going. A5, bishop a6 is coming in next, and rook's on the c file, potentially. It's going to be a tough one to outplay, but at some point, black can also consider to go e5. And once the trade happens, he has some kind of a majority 2 versus 1 here. So if he manages to push that pawn, that should give him some chances. Well, pretty solid, that position. Okay, so I was mentioning that actually liked an idea for white to push h6, but seems that he decided to change his mind, so he went for this instead. Now he took, which means after the recapture, he needs to get his queen into play, so maybe we're gonna see queen f3, h3. Bringing in the queen is always nice, right? Bring the most valuable piece into the attack. Now, normally in a lot of situations, h6 would be the kind of move you wanted to play to keep the position closed, but that's not going to keep black alive for too long. I think knight f7 is one way. There might be some others too, but this just seals the deal. I mean, in general, if there was a pawn in g7, right, and g6 was played, you would play h6. But this way, you kind of have to recapture. He has no other choice. And I really don't see how he's going to defend this. I mean, yeah, he can try to run away, but that pawn is still weak and will be lost. Okay, Bar is prepping g5. He wants to switch over on a kingside attack. We don't have super spicy chess games so far in this round. At least I don't see. It's been 2 hours since they started, a little bit over 2 hours. Like a lot of games are. Oh, this game is over. This was that game that Aaron Deepak was able to take advantage of his opponent mistake there, and now took the first pawn and second pawn, and then looks like he won the game. We had already seen he was going to be winning that game. Ooh, black looks like he's cruising through. So this was some Smith Mora or some kind of Sicilian. Avi had a tough loss in the in the Denker in the final round. He could have finished shared for third, but unfortunately he finished more down, losing in a slightly better position against Vishnu Vanapali. So he's playing in the open as well. It's nice to see a lot of these youngsters kind of competing in these tournaments. It continues the tradition, the US Open is at its 125th edition. I mean, how many tournaments really continue that tradition to be organized yearly and bringing in a large number of players every single time? Yeah, he's totally gonna be winning this. There's no kind of counterplay for white that I can see. This was that sad game. I mean, sad. White blundered unexpectedly, and black found knight c5, freeing up the square for the bishop, and after takes, bishop took, and now black wins a piece. And he went on to win the game. Should we switch over to the h file, or should we go like h4, h5? h4, h5 might be slow, but switching over might be the wise decision. It's not easy. It's not easy playing these kind of pawn structures. Because when you push the f pawn, then you're weakening the e, so... Yeah, the knight was annoying. I would take it too. But white's position is definitely much nicer here. There's a backwards pawn. I mean, you could go knight a4, but then your knight will be stuck there for a while. So white will eventually bring in more pieces to potentially even sacrifice. And the fact that we have the protected pass pawn there is definitely helping. Okay, back to the top boards. Well, rook d1. Remember, I was deciding what was the best placement of the rook. f1, e1. e1, there's nothing to do. d1, but d1, there's no infiltration. So I gotta say, I am a bit confused as to what would be the best situation here for white. I guess he just wants to have control over the file. Maybe he can now consider going knight c3, knight d5, and just bring his knight back into play. I'm wondering, like, if we're black here, should we just... Oh, clearly not. But I just wanted to see this position. I feel like if you're trying to play for a draw, that could be something to do. Although it's too much playing for a draw. This was my thinking process. It's just go. It's not over, right? It's opposite color bishops, but it's not over yet. But I'm just thinking, you know, give up the bishop, play a5, try to trade. What, you're gonna go rook b1 or something? Okay, but then you're stuck to protect the pawn. So, okay, maybe Sam is trying to play for a win. I'm not sure. I mean, he does have more time, but the position is... Okay, he has the bishop pair, but how much can that really help? Rook d3 has to be played. So we can play this endgame, which the engine evaluates 0-0. 0-0. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen 0-0 on this on this bar. I don't know when it was the last time I saw that, but yeah, I mean, this game very likely ends in a draw. So if it ends in a draw, Josh would still be half a point ahead of the field and will have a tough game tomorrow. Danya's coming back. Went from +2 to like something. Where should white? I mean, you have to do this, right? But what's the plan after? This is pretty solid. Like, stop. You're not getting anything on the H file. It's not happening. I don't know, someone was really saying that Antipov is really good with this kind of position, so we'll have to see if he's able to somehow trick his opponent. But I'm having trouble coming up with maybe attacking that somehow, but so first you gotta go back. We'll see. All right, so he did trade. Now, yeah, that was tough. Now we won the knight to f5. Or not. I do. I want it. I want it there. Apologies. I meant to go rook e7. So now we won the knight there. So which path shall we take? That one or this one? We definitely won the knight there. Once it's there, the rook goes away, a b7 falls, or we bring it there. In Danya's game, what did you say? The computer has other plans. I don't know what are the plans of the computer. The plans. My goodness, what are the plans of the computer? Enlighten me. Is it something with bringing a rook on the c file? Like rook c8? Nope. I mean, that was the threat, knight g2 or rook g2 or knight h3, but is there some nice placement of the knight somewhere else? Okay. I mean, that's what I would have done. I didn't see anything fancy. The thing is, with black, you would love to bring a rook on the f file eventually, but I think it's just gonna go back. Is black gonna sack him before? Nah. Why would you? I think he has to go back. Try to get that pawn. I mean, this game is looking kind of equalish potentially. The bishop is slightly better than the knight, but there's a big chance that game could end in a draw. It looks drawish, but you never know. I mean, I didn't look at king f1, okay. I'm looking for some spiciness. I feel like this game will transform into some kind of pressure here on g2, maybe some sacrifices. I usually like these like Joko Piano, Ruy Lopez kind of positions. The bishop in a7 is a great strength to the attack now that white's bishop is in h2. So there will be some pressure on g2 coming up, and maybe some rook g7 f5 even at some point. Queen f3 played. This is coming. Winter is coming. And yes, I totally made a Game of Thrones reference. Why is this such a mistake? Maybe white needs to try to trade knights. But how is this so bad? And this knight is just doesn't do anything. You know, sometimes we make moves because we see there with tempo and we feel it helps us to follow up with a plan or something, but sometimes actually just making a move with tempo without thinking it through, it could affect the outcome of the position. Okay, heading back to top boards. If you find any interesting games, and I know I totally forgot to put the link, and I'm apologizing a million times, but there's the link to, in case you guys didn't have access to the games or something, if you want to check the games on your own and just kind of like let me know if any interesting moment happens in any of the other games. I would love to take a look. It's just, I think this is kind of a huge important game for the standings, so we should definitely be looking on it. I mean, both players have played relatively well. I mean, following some of the best moves in the position, so I think it kind of makes sense to it may end in a draw. So Dania did go knight f4, bishop there, and okay. White is trying to go grab that pawn. So do we have time to grab this? Oh, sorry. You can't do that. So knight h3. Does he want to go king e2? I guess he does. What shall we plan against this? What did you miss? Not much. I mean, the position is still pretty equal here. Some trades happened. White gave up the bishop pair, brought the knight back. We might trade rooks. I mean, it's still equal. Daniel's coming back into the game. At least he's not much worse like he was before. And nothing too crazy happening in this round at the moment. You thought White could go rook a1? Yes, sure, White can go rook a1. I mean, that's probably what White wants to do, to try to get that pawn. Or king e2. I mean, either one. You have to try to calculate some of these things. Daniel's pretty fast at these things. I feel like this might end in a draw. Because we don't have time to push, because this is saying if we push, we might be losing something here. What's the best way for White to maybe just rook h1? So we have to be a bit careful, but yeah. Yeah, rook h1. That's why I was actually suggesting king e2, not rook a1, but I don't know how much black wants to take that pawn, because in a way that's a shield to avoid checks. But in a way, like, it's a pawn down for black, so you need to kind of make a decision. Yes, that's true, but I feel like Daniel wants to try to win this. He's on 6 points. If he wants to have the chance to qualify, he kind of has to try to see if he can still push. He's not going to take the draw that easily, in my opinion, but yeah. Why was this such a big mistake? Nah. It wasn't that big of a mistake, okay. But the queen doesn't do anything. Black is super dependent. I mean, this queen, if it stays there for too long, will have to be on the look for bishop d7 in one moment in time. Yeah, he has to. He has to try to outplay. Zhu Zhangchao is working his way to the knight to bring. He had to go queen d1 to protect g4 now, right? So then he'll go knight f1, knight g3 f5. Still solid, but look at this king. It's so open, but like there's no pieces to attack it. In fact, that pawn may be, well, captured. That pawn may be captured right now by black. And still, white's king is somehow safe. It's kind of hilarious, I think. How close are the folks to the 40 moves? Well, this is move 20. Are you talking about this? 25. Move 25. 32. Looks like Daniel did take that pawn. 23. So around move between 20 and 30. Most people are around there. This is only move 13 though. Knight b4. What do we do about the bishop? Yeah, time trouble could come. It will come. I mean, it's still like, I guess, an hour altogether. So maybe, yeah, we could say that maybe in about 30 to 40 minutes we'll probably be seeing some time troubles. Which is good for us, because we'll see the moves faster. But is it good for them? Well, they have sufficient time to make the best possible decisions in the positions that they got. That's the question. What is white gonna do about that? I didn't even think of knight b4. I'm trying to calculate if this may work, and then takes king f1. Moves the rook, check. Moves the king, queen takes g6. Or maybe we just go king d2. Okay, I at least, you know, I showed the line, so now I can show this, which is kind of cute because you can't take the knight because there's a check queen out of nowhere. You think you're mating me, but you're getting check queen. So now you gotta choose a spot, and then maybe they not good. Maybe they just go back this night or the other night. Cover the mate, give the piece back. Wow, this is actually kind of cute. Kind of a cute defense. Like those knights that weren't doing much just suddenly you know, advance, give a check, and then they go back. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, kind of like the pattern. So do we go back and allow knight c2? No, let's just go bishop e1. Beauty in progress. But black doesn't have anything after bishop e1. I mean, we can even chase you away, and guess what? My bishop will come into play from here. Right? And the queen just comes in. I don't know how black will defend this. I mean, of course, you can go and run away, but like, he doesn't have sufficient time, does he? Like, let's just say he goes there. The purpose being, he has no time. Maybe he goes here. Okay, bishop e1 played. Maybe he goes there, but like, this happens anyways, and then the rook is somewhat trapped there. Maybe we'll even have ideas to go rook h6 and try to get the pawn if you take. We take, and the king still stays on mate. It's difficult for black to defend because he doesn't have sufficient pieces developed. That's always the issue. If you don't develop your pieces in the right way, you're going to be in trouble. I'm still trying to figure out how is Var going to save his bishop. And he plays the French too, so, you know, he knows that's a troublesome bishop, but sometimes you have no choice. You can't really activate it. You mean in this position? Wait, which position are you talking about? This one? You like black, but what are you gonna do with the bishop? I like everything but the bishop. If you can just at least put in c4, I will definitely agree, because you move the queen back to c7 and then you go a5. You know, like basically you want to do something like that. I mean, maybe that's what he will end up doing in the end, because he needs to do something there. Like, he ended up not breaking through with g5, so he has to focus on the side of the board, and that's the way to do it. But like, the bishop is the issue. So maybe like knight queen c7. Can I go knight a6? This knight is annoying, yes. Very annoying. Very annoying. If only we can get rid of it, but how? I'm not seeing a way. Plus, if I were black, I think queen trades should be fine, actually. These two knights don't do anything, remember? Like, the knight went in b3, didn't do much. Black is doing good. Rook d1, it's a mistake. These automatic mistake things, nah, that move is perfectly fine. Okay, black is definitely, I told you, this is the game where white ended up putting that knight in b3 that went there just for tempo, but it does nothing. How awesome would have been if white had traded this very annoying knight of blacks. This is like a killer, the killer knight. Uh-oh. What should black have played if not 97? What is my computer doing? Better not mess my stream up. But I mean, 97 is the only, should he have gone here? I mean, he still loses the pawn, right? Well, that was unexpected. Now he's slightly worse. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out whether, like, how could it be such a big difference between 98 and 97? Like, how could it be a difference here versus here? Ah, because of bishop b7, I guess. Bishop b7, so bishop b7. Basically now, if you had the knight in d8, there's no bishop b7. So, okay, he takes the pawn, but... Okay, it's not the end of the world, but... Alright, let's catch back up with... Okay, we got to rook endgame. Alright. Well, this may be a draw. I was thinking about this, like, bishop a4, okay. Oh. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Sorry, there was a... Yes. There was some kind of fly that I had to get. I think in the summer in Kentucky, they keep getting these, like, bugs and flies, and they're so annoying. The cat is, I think she's taking a nap now. She's killed a bunch of stuff. Like, I always find them on the floor. I bought the spray, but I haven't had the chance to spray it, and I'm leaving in the morning, so I don't want to do it and then leave my cat alone. Maybe like it's supposed to not affect cats, but I'll do it when I come back just to make sure she's okay. Oh, she came. She's like, I heard there's something I need to kill. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you guys heard her, but she's here. All right, so pawn down, but it's not really a pawn down. I mean, it's double pawns for both. It should be an easy draw, but I presume they will keep playing this for a while. Okay, Danya has brought his knight back into the game. Now what? What's the follow-up? So there's 16 players with 6 points. So 8 could mathematically catch up by half a point if they win, which is crazy. 8 players. This was actually a pretty good US Open, I would say. I remember last year, maybe it was only 300 something people. Like, this is, I like the number. It's over 500 players competing in the tournament, and they did quite well in the side events too. I wonder if it's the location or what it was, but certainly true, true. Schmackel will remain at half a point behind. Possibly, right? But it could be less because there might be some draws. Like, for example, this game, I'm not sure it will be decisive. Not much has happened here. Zhu Chao has big chances to win. I mean, he's bringing the knight to f5 as we decided earlier. Is that the way it works, Chris? I mean, you would know better than me. You're the TD here. Grégoire won? How? That position was equal. What? It was just, like, it was literally just equal earlier. We just looked at it. It was here. He went to the wrong spot? Oh my goodness. This is a tough loss for Prime Ronald Burnett. Alright, so we have the first person to catch up by half a point, presumably that game ends in a draw. So is he gonna play the highest rated, or is he gonna play based on colors and everything else? How does the pairing work, Chris? Let us know from your experience. I mean, normally, yes, he should play the highest rated, but what if they don't match colors? I see. So colors won't matter. So then, based on the standings, the highest would be Narotitsky if he wins, then Antipov, then Zhu Chao, Dariush, Ringuar, and going down. based on colors. So oh, my thing is not updated. I guess hi Challenger Duke, welcome back. Great to see you here. If Danya won, yeah. No, Danya did not play him. Danya played in the 4-day schedule and Josh played in the traditional. Yeah, he already played Zhu. He beat Zhu Zhangchao already. You're right, sorry. Yeah, I was just reading the ratings. So he played Var and Zhu Zhangchao already. The rest he didn't play. So the order is Naroditsky, Antip wait. Yeah, Naroditsky, Antipov, Schwiertz, Ringuar, Matvishin. That's the order I heard play. Now, whom he matches colors? Naroditsky, he matches colors. Antipov, he does not. He matches with Dariush and Ringuar and Matvishin, so it remains to be seen what's gonna happen there. These people also have to win, by the way, their game. No, he already played against Akobian. Oh, you already said that. Sorry, that's what you're saying. Sorry. I didn't realize. Okay, Andrew's gonna... How is he winning though? What's the easiest way? Can we even just take this pawn? Like, say I don't care, I'm just taking it. I think so. It's nice white is actually giving this pawn. Wait, how does he want to... I thought it was king f3, but like, really? Is it rook d3 now? This should lose, because you just gave... Wait, I'm confused. What happens after rook takes g2? Don't tell me it's rook c3. No, I mean, that would be too much. Oh, c... I don't have time for that. Has to be this. No, king f3, rook c2. We lose another pawn. So he's trying to create his counterplay. You really dislike rook and pawn in games? Yeah, I agree. Some of them are tricky. You have to have sufficient time to calculate them. Sometimes you have to go by intuition based on the, you know, the how advanced the pawns are, how advanced the king and rooks are. Yeah, I had one of those in a US championship once. That was a tough one. Knight and pawn endgames are not as it looks like they're going for this line. So we'll see it played out. We'll see it played out. There's still a lot of time to review the lower top boards. Well, yes, I've been going through all of them. I usually go through them. You might have you might have noticed, but the main focus are these, of course, because it's qualification. But I have been going through all of the games from the beginning. I don't know if you noticed that. But sure, I can certainly take a look at board 21. I've already made quite a bit of comments on each board. This endgame looks quite quite balanced at the moment. I mean, we have Mr. Elliot Neff, who I mentioned last night in the stream. He wrote a very nice book. I think it's called A Pawn's Journey. Very typical. I don't know Ethan, but seems to be having a very very good position. Very good. I mean, considering the rating difference, it is pretty fair to say this game could be ending in a draw now. If trades happens, maybe we even have some chances with white to bring in the king to support the push of those pawns. So I'm liking white's chances here. Black has to be very precise. He's a young player from Minnesota. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of young players who competed in the one of the invitational tournaments, which I commented on prior to the US Open. The first 4 days were dedicated to the invitationals, where I commented mostly on the young players games. And I try my best to cover everyone's. If there's some interesting moments, we cannot really go over all of them because it's a lot to cover every single game. We have to try to stick to the top ones for a bit. If you have specific one in mind, feel free to let me know. But like, I usually go through it a bit faster and then I go later towards the end of the stream once the top boards, I mean, yeah, if you see some other interesting ones, I mean, there are quite a few young players competing. Like for example, Will Morehouse. I know I've analyzed a lot of his games for nationals. He has a pretty decent position here, and I think Yan Yang Shen played in the barber and did quite well in that one. So we got two youngsters quite here. Another rook endgame that could very likely end in a draw due to the good activity of black's rooks. Have you ever played the one variant where all the pieces Bud King? No, I have not. I don't know what's the name of that variant. All the sinners love Mika. Well, no, I mean, I've made a statement that I really enjoyed the um Irwin the most this year. I was pleasantly surprised to see that there was um not many draws, not many fast draws. They played till the end. They had lots of tough like for example Avi. I looked at this game earlier. He was doing quite well. He was playing in the Denker. So yeah, like if you guys have someone specific in mind, feel free to let me know. But otherwise, the main focus will be the top boards because we're trying to kind of see these guys. What kind of preps do they bring? How do they use their psychology, and how do they survive the pressure? For playing in this tournament, there's quite a bit of stake. Of course, there's a financial remuneration, but then I think qualifying for the US Championship is always pretty prestigious. So, yeah. Well, is it possible that White may be able to win that pawn at some point? Murfinsky, hey, how are you doing? Are you playing? How come? Are you living far from there? Are you playing in this tournament? I don't know that variant. You will have to let me know. You just got done teaching a camp? Well, I'm going for one tomorrow, so let's see how that goes. 90 minutes is not that far away. You could have tried to play a side event. You need to find a camp. Uh-oh. There should be a tactic here. Most camps happen to be for kids, though, Maple. The best camp style or things that you'll find would be like group classes online, probably. Or you could try, like, if you, depending on how your rating will increase, you could try joining the castle camp, which is one of the camps that they allow both kids and adults. It's very professionally organized. I taught it the past 2 years, and it's one of those camps you wanna check out. But okay, this happened this summer, so you'll have like next summer. I should run an adult camp. But bishop d6, can they just take? No, there has to be some tactic going on with a lot of things here. What about check? Yeah, what about, remember my saying? When when nothing works, go for prophylaxis. Always play f3. I know, it's kind of impressive this guy played so fast. He played f3. Oh my god. Hi, Divina. How are you doing? Tired? Recovering my voice from bronchitis and laryngitis. Other than that, all good. And no coffee allowed for the past 2 weeks, or caffeine, which is tough, especially when you have to stream at night. But counting my blessings that I'm safe and healthy otherwise. I know. I know, Murfinsky. But as soon as I can have coffee and tea, I'm gonna ask everyone to get me to take me out to get me coffee or tea. That is my plan. I'll be like, I was on a detox, but now I'm back. Don't you wanna chill? Do you think that would work? Uh-oh, wait. Blunder alert for some reason. Wait, what's there was a tactic here. Not sure how, but there was one. Was it like this or something? That's hilarious. No, sorry. This is hilarious. Because, no, it's not. Oh, wait. Okay, takes then check first. Come on. Takes then check. Now what do we take? Now we take the... Now we take the rook. Nope. Because there's check. So we give check. And then we take the bishop. If he goes... Oh, if he goes here, we take... Oh, this is brilliant. This is the brilliancy draw. The brilliancy of the draw. And I guess you don't have this because of the... Because of... Where's the draw? I'm so confused. I guess it's this and this and rook versus knight. This is crazy. What a crazy line. It's sus that I found my sickness. I found humor in my sickness. No. That is how I am. I get sad, and then in order to avoid being too sad, my grandma taught me this. She's like, you can't be sad. Look at me. Look at me. I'm this old and I'm doing all this, and you are complaining at your age? No, don't you? So I have to find some ways to come back. Otherwise it would be bad. So I just our voice are just in my mind, like, I gotta be back. I can't be negative. That was a wild line. You know, not all checks are that good. Some of them are not. Oh, it's sus that I've been finding Eagles coming. Yeah, true, true. Well, I gotta interact with someone. The problem is I talk too much, obviously. That's why I got this thing. I need to, So I'm enjoying the conversations the best I can when I can. I think my doctor's not gonna be happy because I'm flying again, and she told me flights are the worst for this kind of issue because I'm not fully healed. And so I'm now looking forward to my flight at 5 a.m. Can you believe I'm actually flying in 6 hours? Like, I think there's no sleep for me tonight. I should have thought this through a bit better. I should have. But did I? No. Wait, you are there, Devina? Or was it online? Or are you there? I didn't know you're in. I thought you lived in Charlotte. Oh, you were there? Did you just go there for the Blitz? How did you do? Wait, wait, you were? Where were you? In Charlotte or? I'm confused. If you want to share, feel free. I guess you were in the competition. An Ampasan check? Yeah, but there's no Ampasan checks here. And he got his 30 minutes, so he's cool. Nice, nice. That's great to hear. Well, I hope you had a great time. Hopefully, you took some pictures. You should have seen David Lada and asked him to take some pictures. Just be like, I heard you're a great photographer. I really enjoy your photos. Do you mind taking one of me? I hope you did it. I would have done it. I totally would have. Uh-oh. What is this? Oh, no, is this like a... Oh, no, this is a DGT error thing, I think. Aw. I'm sure it would have been fine. Wait, what is this? Did he actually play? What's the point of rook d4? I guess it doesn't matter where you put the rook. Because the queen is attacked. I'm confused. Well, obviously he can't take it because the queen is attacked, so, there's mate. I don't think it's transmission error. I think that's what happened. I think he genuinely played rook d4. But isn't there like queen a... Queen a5, there's b4. Queen d6. Look at Chris. Look at him go. Have you been doing your tactics? Maybe your GCT trips have been helpful. You hung out with those big guys. And now you're wondering why he put the rook in d4, not d3. He wanted to have b4 probably, but brilliantly found. Yeah, I did. Um, can we have some captures or captures? Then there's check. There is a good move for what is the best idea. No, I wanted to do this, but f7 is saying I just want to take with the bishop. Probably you should take with the bishop, right? Maybe that's what you meant. Oh, this bishop is saying, I forgot about that bishop. Yeah, I forgot that bishop is hanging. That's a deep line, but okay, it's move 27. So we'll see. Did Zhu Zhanchao, what happened to his knight? Why did he give up the pawn? What's wrong with f3? Just, I like f3, just protect the pawn. King f2, bring the knight. Is he thinking he's gonna trap the rook? I guess he thought so. I'm not sure I would have wanted to take that exchange like that. Now it's gonna take longer. Get the king away from here. Bring the rook on the h file. Unless he wants to bring the queen back to try to win b7. But black can consider taking a5. I'm not sure I liked what he did. Okay, Darush is looking good. Okay. White is getting closer to that win. Where is it though? Do we have time for bishop c2, rook d1? Because this would look kind of nice. Seems that way. Wait, Andrew never took that pawn. That's surprising to me. I thought he was just gonna take it earlier. He did. Here. Now all he has to do is get his bishop finally into play, but I don't know how because this pawn is a killer. I know, but that but how is he gonna outplay his opponent with technically playing the rook down if he doesn't get the bishop out? Oh, nice win by white here. So he created his passed pawn and now he's just Actually, I like this finish. It's kind of nice to trap the queen on the back rank. All right, Grandmaster Fishbine is back into the game. His opponent messed up a bit. Okay. We're starting to see his technique, winning material, and okay. Still a game, Julian. Okay, this game was opposite color bishops. Okay, Avi won nicely that game. Let's see. Ted is gonna win in his normal fashion. Ted, I've made like a YouTube video about Ted. I made a Ted's show. I called it Ted's show one time. It was last year in the North American youth. I don't know how old he is exactly. Maybe around 10. And what I love about this kid is that he plays so positional. Like, he gets in these positions that are slightly better, and then he totally outplays his opponent. He's very good at maneuvering, which for his age, I think it's really brilliant. So I always like to look at his games. I get inspiration. All right, looks like White was able to create a pass. Okay, this is going to be a perpetual draw repetition. Nice. This is a great result for Ethan. I want to see some blunders. Okay. Well, that was a fast draw. Oh, 4 versus 3. Well, this is going to be interesting. Black has the pawns placed the perfect way, because now, you know, everything will be traded on its way to create the pass pawn. So this should end in a draw. Have I ever tested to see if my opponent knew en passant? No. What do you mean test? If en passant is a good move and I lose, why? No, I would not test that. I would not be testing that. Maybe when I was a kid, but not now. Certainly not interesting. It is interesting. It's just 4 versus 3. We have to wait. That game is gonna take a while. What are you saying? Are you saying I don't want to look at games? Are you trying to get me in trouble, Chris? You can't get me in trouble. Haha. Okay, 3 should beat. Check. Okay, he lost 1 pawn. Now he's gonna go rook c7. White is gonna play rook d3. And is black gonna... Can black play h5? And I feel like I could lose this too. I feel like I could lose it, especially around this time of night. Totally. It's easy to make a mistake. But yeah, no, this game very likely will end in a draw. Alright, so after rook b6, Danya is saving himself. Knight takes f3, okay. But the line that we showed was so brilliant. I feel like that's the line you want to see. It's like, it was so perfect. Finished knight versus bishop. That trade-off is just so brilliant. Should I show it again? Where was it? Was it after rook b6? No, was it here? Yeah, I think it was here. If rook takes b3, rook takes f3, rook takes f3, check. Check. I just love this. I just love this draw. I thought it was so brilliant. I don't know. I'm definitely putting that in the chess life. Be sure to check out JJ's articles there. My annotations happen to be inside as well. So I literally have no. I don't know how I'm gonna submit my stuff for tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Roman cannot qualify for. I believe he's not representing US. He probably is going to some school in the US. Very likely, he's probably. Maybe he got a scholarship to one of the colleges, chess colleges. Yeah, he could win the tournament. That is true. Queen d6 was played. Oh, this is gonna be a tough one for Antipov. Queen d6 is such a strong move. Now that I see it more, I'm like, totally love it. It's chess, guys. It's a competition. It's a competition where someone's gonna win, someone may not. You play bishop f6, but that doesn't really help you much. Because the knight still remains pinned, the rook is still here, so I guess you can try this. So what's the best? Do we go bishop g5? Do we take? Yeah, you don't have the bishop hanging yet, so that's one thing he survived. So how is black gonna take advantage now of the king check? It's looking disastrous. This is bad. That's bad, my friends. It's over. This is a current position, but black's moves are natural and easy. That would be a big upset. I don't know what Zhu Zhenchao is doing. I know he won an exchange, but I would rather have not gotten the exchange because the knight was so powerful. I mean, imagine that knight getting to d6. Why would you want to let your opponent to take it? How long does it take to hit 2000? From 0 or from what? From 1000? Depends how much time you put into it. What coach you get. Are you working on the right material to improve? Lots of things. From which direction? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, that's that's a bit tough, Morfinsky, but yeah, sure. What does this mean? He was just making a joke. Like sometimes some of us are getting very strong, and then at some point we don't work anymore and start dropping down. He was making a joke. It's a chess thing. So it depends how much time you put on chess if you really want to get better. I don't know. Depends on your financial resources, amount of time able to be dedicating to it. and such. It's easier to go down than it is to go up. It's true, actually. Once you're up, you gotta be mindful. Okay, finally that h2 pawn was captured. What chess.com rating is equal to 2000 USF? Maybe 23, 2400. Chess.com. Oh, you're chess.com, but maybe you don't spend enough time on it, Chris. I want to see how Ted is going to start pushing those pawns. Like, it's going to be interesting. We'll be back to that game. Wait, Elliot is not going for the draw. He goes for a5. It's always chess.com rating. Usually it's at least, should be 200-300 points higher than your actual rating. So just add 200-300 points. So like NM 2200 USCF, so 24, 25, sometimes even 26. It depends. It all depends on the amount of time that you're spending on chess. The amount of hours you can actually study, not just play, you know. I mean, which one will be White's move? Just take the pawn. I can just take the pawn. I can go there. Yeah, I guess he can play some more moves. Eventually, he will have to give the repetition. Otherwise, these pawns are too powerful. You can confirm that spending 0 hours on chess does not improve your chess. Yeah. I mean, some people do get better. They just need some relaxation. I don't know. I don't agree with that statement fully. There's been times where I literally, uh-oh, something happened here. How do we win now? And normally we would trade rooks, but we're not ready yet. Just enter with the king. What exactly did black do here? I think this was about the moment when I said it might be a draw. It depends on everyone. I can't give you an answer without knowing more about you. It's very hard. Everyone is different. Everyone has different qualities and different areas of the games they're stronger than others. So, you know, rating is just a number that shows someone's form at a specific given time. And, you know, sometimes your form is not tested in every area. So you might actually end up doing really well because you were in form, you could calculate well, and you got the kind of positions that you're really, really good at. Other times, you know, you could just get the positions that you're just not in form, and then you perform mediocrely. You know, there's always so many factors. There's no, chess is the kind of game that everyone has their own path to improvement and their own, you know, areas that they get better at. So yeah. Exactly, that's what I was saying, Chris. So if you play something like this, then e5, and then he's pushed back. Like normally there's a way to keep this king. This king wasn't supposed to be entering this way. If we go here, still e5. And we don't have time for g5. Because like normally we would love to do something like this and go grab it, but we don't have time. So what is actually the fastest way for black to draw here? I think maybe f6. I think I might need to play f6. Because this king will be entering after e5. Yeah, like normally you don't play it, but here if you don't play it, like normally white doesn't bring the king that way. Normally white's king is on this side and plays h3, g4. So now we have to, yeah. So after this we can just go back, king e7, king f7. I don't know, one of those. And just sit and wait. Yeah, that it's hard to make a rule in chess. Because as you get to be stronger, you have to learn to unlearn it. Now white may be able to outplay. I don't know what's the age of Scott, but may be able to outplay his opponent. All right, back to board one. Yeah, still playing. So before the stream, I asked for permission to finish the stream earlier. Should the top boards be done? Clearly, fate is not on my side, so there's no early stream finish for me. Because none of I think only one of the top boards is done. Oh my god, this is brilliant. Oh my god, look at this. I'm gonna play queen takes b2. This is tough. This is really tough. Well, Darius is on his way to win this, at least. I think so, Michigan Eagle. I think it was your curse. It might have been your curse, and it's not even commentator's curse, it's your chat's curse. Wow. That can't even be controlled. Commentators can be controlled. They can be contained. No more streaming going on for you guys, but no, I proved him right. Oh. Oh, you mean, okay, never mind. I misunderstood your writing. Your statement. Clearly, Eagle's curse. We're gonna remember you. I shall never talk to you when I'm playing a tournament. Well, actually, it doesn't matter because you can just chat about it. Sad. Okay, so white has won this game. Let's see the finish. Nice. Brought his bishop, traded the defensive piece, and the knight is coming in for them. Oh, oh, cute. He's like, I'm just gonna castle. The mate can wait. Oh, I'm just bringing my king to safety. Don't worry about me. That was just too. That was just too funny. Okay, it's like, okay, I changed my mind. Well, let's use the rook since I castled anyways. Cute. Cute finish. Wait, what? Sabina never loses on the white. The King's Indian. I've lost so many games. But I also won some very good ones, so I don't think. Yeah, that statement is incorrect. Yeah, he will have a drama free because I'm not playing in the US Championship, but yeah. Otherwise, whatever statement you'd make will be reminded. I did win some birds games, yeah. I did. On stream. And some bullets. It's a pretty good opening for bullet. How many times have I played the US Open? Or the US Championship? The US Open, I think only one time. And I wasn't gonna play in it. I just went with Elshan and had nothing else to do, so I decided to play. But I've commented on it. Maybe you should ask me how many times I commented it. So wait. So first time I did commentary for the US Open was I think it was with Gauri in 2023. Wait, let's take it backwards because it's easier. So 2024, I did commentary with Gopal. 2023, I did commentary with Caden. 2022, yeah, with Gauri. It was in Grand Rapids. In Grand Rapids. Yeah. So this is my fourth. I'm aging with the tournament. My voice is improving every day more and more. Or not, I don't know. No, just me this year, just me. Thanks, RPM. Yeah, Grand Rapids was the first one that I did commentary on, and yeah, because before that there's COVID and yeah. So 2022 was the first time I did commentary for it. It's definitely one of my favorites, I would say. Because you get the youngsters, you get to comment on the invitationals, you get to see the people from different places coming together, right? They try to bring everyone from every single state, and they're there, they have some one meal together, I think, and they get to chill. They have the opportunity for scholarships, the kids. The adults also are still showing that they can play enterprising chess, to just kind of continue the legacy that chess can be played at all ages. It doesn't matter where you're from, how old you are. You can always build up a good game, and so I like that part about it. And then going into the merger of all these sections, I think it's nice to see the grandmasters going to the tournament, spending all the some of them think it's best to play like it used to be 9 days, right? The traditional section 9 days, now it's 7, but just to play this traditional schedule because there were less, there was less competition and they could score more points. So it's nice to kind of hear their mindset and how they are going into the tournament and everything. Like, it's nice to just kind of hear things. It I think it's kind of it, you don't see that often, and I love being a part of a tradition. So um, being able to comment it is always cool. So hopefully it stays. Hopefully I don't do something to not continue this because I thoroughly enjoy this competition as much as I enjoy commenting on kids games when there's national tournaments and such. It's um it's always a pleasure to see new talent, and I love about chess because regardless of the level that you're at, you can create beautiful games, and the lines that sometimes show up are just even more entertaining than actually seeing the full game, and you don't always have the option to do that. Only when you're commenting, like, yeah, you can create your own stuff, but it's always like nicer when you see it someone else is creating it. So anyways. No, but it is option. Yeah, yeah. Like it's an open. It's an open. There's no intersections. Yeah, you should definitely. I believe next year the U.S. Open is gonna take place. I checked. I forgot where it was. Where was it gonna be? Is it in Grand Rapids again? I think I checked earlier, and I guess I forgot. Yeah, yeah. I played. So I think I played in 2020 maybe or something. 2019. I don't know. There was this tournament that took place in maybe they had it in Virginia or something. Yeah, Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids aren't exactly what you'd call grand. Yeah, it was kind of a deserty area, but there was a nice pool. I never had the chance to go to it because I was working a lot, but it was actually hilarious. I'll never forget that. I okay, so I got this room at the main floor, and whoever stayed in the room before must have spilled some honey or something that had sugar on the floor, because I was sitting there and doing, like, in the morning. I remember I was sitting at the desk in my room, and and I was preparing possibly to teach a class or just catch up with some work, and suddenly things start crawling, and basically I had ants in the room, and they were the ants that are biting you. So I had all these bites that I didn't know what they were from, and then apparently, like, I realized that there was something, I couldn't understand what was wrong. Why was I starting to feel like it was itchy? And then, yeah, ants. Someone I had to call the front desk to fix the room. That was a story to tell. Now I'm at home, so I kill bugs around the location. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure which is better. This current tournament takes place in Middleton, Wisconsin. It's written on the thing. If you're looking at the stream, it has a no. It's in Middleton. Wait, 45 minutes from where you live. Well, you should definitely compete. It's right next to Madison. Okay, I mean, I didn't look on the map, but I think I did say once Madison, and then I realized it said Middleton, and I was like, oh my god. Hopefully nobody heard that to correct me. The stories that we get when traveling, are kind of hilarious sometimes. I remember, yeah, there's one time there was a really bad. I got a really bad room. Actually, my last trip, I got a really bad room. They were renovating the hotel, and they gave me a room right underneath where they were drilling to get out the the floors. They were changing the floors, and they were drilling right on top of my head, and I could hear it. I was like, guys, couldn't you give me like a room above? Like, come on. I had to complain, and finally I got a room above that. But it was kind of funny. No, Michigan is nice. Michigan is nice. No, no, but there was another one. Where was the one? Grand Rapids was like 2 years ago. But before that, oh, they didn't have AC. Well, it's Europe. In Europe, a lot of places don't have AC. Oh my God, I'm scared for Daniel in this position. No, it wasn't in Grand Rapids. There was another tournament, guys. It was in Grand Rapids. Rancho Mirage. Yeah, that was the place that had ends. No, Grand Rapids, I actually liked Grand Rapids. It was a nice place. Yeah, Rancho Mirage. That place was not really to my liking personally. I didn't like it. Yeah, Grand Rapids was brilliant. I liked it. The only bad thing was that my flight got canceled when I had to leave. So I had to stay an extra night because they canceled me to the next day for some reason. And then I had a super early flight. They rebooked me on a super early flight, and there was no Uber that I could take. So I had to take this very expensive Uber that there was a guy who had a Tesla who came, and it cost me $100 to get to the airport. That's basically my the end of my trip, but I did like it. They had really good food. The food was delicious. What's Antipo's Federation? He switched to US, but looks like he lost, so that's a tough. That was really tough. I mean, we can replay here to see what he's done here. This I think he was kind of struggling to come up with what to do, and instead of trying to trade pieces, he tried to kind of outplay. And yeah, rook d3 is still bad. So what was his defense? Did he have to go like king b1? Maybe knight back to c3. This looks bad too. So what is actually? Oh, rook a. No, maybe bishop takes f6 and rook a3 or something. No, but bishop takes, rook takes. Is there some kind of defense here? C pawn push. It's still bad, but I guess maybe he could have survived. This rook d4 was fancy, but unfortunately not fancy enough. This was a beast move found by Chris. And now it's just over. Because black's pieces just start taking advantage of the king. And the king is like super protected by all these pieces, but it's kind of like one of those smothered things where you have way too many pieces defending, but they are not really doing the best job. Brilliant play by international master Bilic. All right. Yeah, he switched federations last year, I believe. What happened to my voice? I got bronchitis and laryngitis. And I had to Google to learn more, like what's the difference between the two, because I thought it was the same. So one of them is like infection, and the other one is like, I don't know, another infection, two infections. And my doctor suggested rest, and I rested for 2 days, 3 days before having to work for the commentary for the US Open. However, it wasn't enough. The other things that I did, like previously, I guess didn't work enough. I took all the medicine and everything. I was supposed to be fine, but I guess even if I didn't talk at all, it still took some, I guess it takes longer. So it's gonna take much longer because I can't not talk, unfortunately. Fortunately, I don't know. Thanks, Chris. I mean, I've been drinking a lot of tea and water and everything that I was told, but yeah, working through it. The toughest part is like it doesn't hurt anymore, but it's just not coming back fully. Like it's still kind of raspy a bit, and also it's killing me sometimes that I cannot have caffeine. So I can't have like, I like chai tea, it's black tea. Normally I should not have caffeine, and I cannot have coffee, of course. So it's a bit tougher when I have to stream longer rounds, but I try to sleep before a bit. So a week with kids seems like the perfect cure. Yeah, definitely. That's how I got it in the first place, Chris. I had two very tough camps. Did we have a mistake here? And I think that's how I got it. I was freaking out because for a week I actually couldn't do more than whisper. Like whispering was the best I could do. I even like sent a message to my boss, and I was like, this is my voice. And he was worried about the US Open, and then I was like, no, don't worry, I will be fine, I promise. I lied a bit, I guess, technically, but we survived. We're doing this. It's going well. So I think I hope I'm being forgiven. You guys, come on. You're joking about it. I'm gonna make you. It's a pity Chris is not there. I would get him. I would get him to get me some tea. Maybe I should stay an extra day just to be like, you know what? You remember when you made fun of me? You owe me a tea. Yeah, I'm pretty sure alcohol is not okay. I destroyed my voice fully by eating spicy food. So if you ever are struggling with your throat pain, please do not eat spicy food. That is the worst thing that you can do. Wait, there was a blunder. It wasn't really a blunder. But Danya is probably gonna have the best that he will have will be a draw. I'm going to play. I hope I'll comment on the tournament. I would love to comment unless they don't want me anymore, but I hope they do. So hopefully I'll be doing commentary. Do you guys think Zhuzhan Chao will be able to win this? Because I don't see a way. Like now this queen is active. It's gonna go to e4. Like, I'm doing this. If queens get traded, black is okay, I think. Hi, Action Chess. How are you doing? Oh, the raid. Sorry, shout out. The thing doesn't work. I didn't see. We need to do a shout out. Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. I know, it's so late. My flight leaves in 5 hours, but I'm still here. Gotta appreciate the determination of me. Don't forget to follow US Chess on YouTube or somewhere, everywhere, all those social media stuff. Let them know how I did so that they know. Hi Dahlia, how are you doing? It's only 9 p.m. Yeah, well, it's midnight where I am. I'm going to go an hour back. My goal is as follows. So here's my goal. My goal is to probably not sleep at all because I won't be able to. Sleep on the flights. I have 2 flights. So sleep on the flights. That's like 3 hours altogether of sleep. After that, no, I'm not leaving it. I'm not. The games will be done before 5 a.m. Don't worry. Then I didn't even pack, by the way, so let's hope that I have nothing packed, and I have to pack all this stuff because tomorrow I have to stream. So the plan is sleep on the plane, arrive there, go to bed for like 4 hours, wake up, submit the games or the stuff to JJ if I have the time, and then do commentary from 4 p.m. Eastern time for the final round. That is the plan. Now we'll see how that goes. You love my hair? Thank you. Thank you. What didn't? Oh, you mean the hair? Yeah, good one, Chris. It's going to be a very wild day. And then at the end of the day, I also have to submit the best games probably to JJ because he has to. I don't know why I did that. I do this to myself all the time. Good job, Sabina. Good job. You're doing great. You're doing great. Darius is winning this. This pawn is gonna kill it. H3 is actually kind of fancy. He is gonna come here, grab that, come here, grab that, move away, and promote the H pawn. Yeah, but guess what, Action Chess? I'm not allowed to have coffee because of my voice. So yeah. I did not think this through when I was asked to do commentary. I was like, I have a camp, can I do it? Like, well, if you can do the commentary. And I was like, oh yeah, definitely I can do both. I think tomorrow I'm gonna cheat and I'm gonna get a chai. I'm gonna stop at Starbucks and get a chai latte. That will be my thing. I'll ask my doctor if I'm allowed. I feel like she would say yes, hopefully. No, I mean, I need to survive, Chris. Come on. Think about me. I need to do commentary without sleep. How do you think that's gonna work? I also did not pack. I have 3 hours left before I need to leave to the airport. It's fine. It's the life of a chess player. Who needs packing? I'll be fine. I was smart, okay? I thought this through like a chess player, let me tell you. So when I did my camp last time in San Luis, I knew I was gonna come back. And I knew I would have to do commentary, so guess what I did? I left my suitcase with my stuff there. Yes. So I'm feeling fine. So I'm safe. Yeah, I thought this through. You thought I didn't, but I did. I did think this through. You remote order me a Starbucks. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. I'll remind you of that. I'll text you, Chris. I've arrived. Where's No, it's fine. It's fine. But I appreciate it. I'll try. I'll try that. Uh, deep, deep thoughts. I thought this through like 5 months ago, or whenever I signed my contract. Like, this is what I'm gonna do. This is what. Oh, this is a nice mate. This is a nice mate. Look at that. Queen f2 coming right up. But these guys, they can't catch up. They were like one. I think now they're on 6.5. So yeah. No, they were on 6. Yeah. He moves on 7. Sorry, he was on 6. No, he was on 5.5. He was on 5.5, Chris. So he's on 6.5 now. So he likely doesn't have much chance to do much. To qualify, like, his chances are too small, unfortunately, for him. I would have liked to see him have a chance, because I actually do like his style. Is very hardworking on chess. No, it's like right before him, so it's like this is the last board. So these guys can score 7. Harsha scored 7 by winning this game. This is still looking kind of balanced. Tanguy scored 7. Darius is on his way to win, so he will be on 7. I don't know if Zhuzhan Chou is gonna win this. Bilic already scored 7, and we have a bunch of blunders here. No, just Chess.com acting out. So, do you guys think that Danya has a chance for his opponent to blunder? It's kind of hard. I mean, I feel like if White wants, White can just go for this and get the draw. At this point. It depends what he wants to try to do. It's an interesting pawn structure because black cannot break through anything here. What's gonna be interesting to see, I definitely want to see if any of these grandmasters who don't have the chance to qualify, if they will still play or not. I like to see that because sometimes they withdraw. They don't finish the tournament if they don't have the chance to qualify. Tea with lemon. Hi, Planetal. I've been drinking, actually, I haven't taken a break in a while. And I finished my tea for a while back. Black is still thinking in this position. This will likely end in a draw. Suddenly black is having a better position. Huh. But it's crazy. I mean, Zhuzhan Chao had it. I think we jinxed him at some point where we were like, yeah, he plays really well positional and everything. You know what they say, commentator's course or something. And I wouldn't have taken the exchange. Like around here, I wouldn't have played knight g3. I would have played f3, king f2, brought the knight. Just take my time. There's nothing, you know, to worry about. I mean, but even later, yeah, but just giving black too much counterplay and activating that bishop, taking that pawn, it was just too much. So I feel for Zhuzhen Chao, but yeah, it's kind of hard now to try to play for a win anymore. It's kind of gone. The advantage is kind of gone. This was his only chance to hope that his opponent. I guess he didn't necessarily need to offer a draw. He could wait and see, but okay, this is the move that black would have played. I think they were kind of repeating. That was the only chance, like, to hope that his opponent would play a blunder, but yeah. COVID razor blade. I didn't even know that was a thing. I was told I have laryngitis and bronchitis. It's been better, like it's been improving, so I don't know. COVID's razor blade? I'm Googling it. I didn't even know that was a thing. No. No, these are not exactly the symptoms that I had. It could have been, I don't know. But my doctor said that it's bronchitis. It's been tough, but the only variations you like are from chess, yeah. Anti-chess is my favorite. So when did Madvishan actually give up the queen? Like a while back. I even didn't realize. If only he can get this bishop to put more pressure. Like, he would love the bishop to make it to g3 or f4. It's just not so easy because that queen will start giving checks. Aren't he just a terrible chess variant? I don't think so. It reminds you how not to blunder pieces. Why do you call it terrible? It's a good one. Because you're thinking how to blunder them there, and then in the real game, you're not going to do it. VAR may have some chances now. Try to improve that pawn. And if you take, then we take here. If that pawn falls and this falls, finally the bishop eventually will come into play. The bishop moves and the pawns start marching. That would be nice. Okay, this is kind of cute finish. Ted has won. I really want to see how he'll play his opponent. Let's see. He didn't even start marching his pawns. It all has to do with the fact that this bishop is on this other side and it's not helping. Nice mate. He didn't even have to push the pawns. I love it. Very cute finish. Okay, so the players eventually drew here. Nice. A really great result for Ethan. I guess most games are over. This is very strong. Now all we have to do is march this pawn and then promote, and that's it. So, what do you guys think is gonna happen? Who is going to win? We heard some people rooting for Josh, some for Danya. Unfortunately, Danya I don't think can win anymore. All right, they just agreed on a draw. So Danya remains at 6.5. If Josh draws, then he will be at 7.5. So unless, yeah, no, there's no chance for Danya anymore. But his opponent played really well, and he played fast too, which is, you know, awesome. This was a brilliant game by Bilic. So okay, let me check how many games remain. Mud vision has messed up a bit potentially. You know Corbin? I feel like I'm grabbing the pawn if you give it. He's your study buddy? Awesome. Well, he's doing great so far. So that game, this game, these are the top boards that why did go for that rook c6 idea that I suggested earlier. I did like that. I think that was kind of cool. Was he trying to do a triangulation, but that doesn't really help him. Yeah, this game will end in a draw. It's pretty clear. Oh, black played rook d1, not king e6. But can we still take? The problem is black's bishop is stuck. White was able to escape with the king, which I liked. Because he was kind of stuck there, and then suddenly, like, he's not pinned anymore. Okay, threatening queen g6 infiltrations. Can we take? I guess there's no perpetual, so he can't do that. Okay, VAR went for the prophylactic idea first. Because now if we go queen g6, is he potentially thinking to take? No, because then f5 might hang him. Where does he want to bring his king is the question. But his opponent, I mean, if this is, let me check the actual rating of more. Actually, he's 1968 USF. But still, I mean, from Oregon. Like for 1900, he's played such a good game. I mean, holding on against the top grandmaster in the country. I mean, this is brilliant. So what other games remain? We didn't have like any kind of like crazy games today, like very sharp. I mean, there was that one of Village. Darius played a pretty good game. Ringuar got a bit lucky with Ronald Burnett. That game I didn't expect it would end. It would have the ending that it did. To me, these games very likely all will end in a draw. I mean, it's hard to predict that it's gonna be different than that. I mean, I'll stay a bit longer to see, but let's see Pravin's game. Why did that move bring the bar so high? Maybe the ouch. That would be a nice move. Like I would want to bring my queen. What about rook e1? Still not the best. Good, but not the best. Is it queen b2 or something? Or e6? I feel like e6 at some point. So maybe queen b2 first. What's so wrong with that move? It seems like such a natural move. Ah, this is the issue. Check a knight of 6. Depending on where you go, maybe your knight can be trapped too. I see. That's a small issue. Nothing else happened on this one. I don't see an easy way for black to try to improve other than taking the pawn. I mean, he has to. King in e7 is slightly better placed, but not quite. Okay, looks like Praveen has found that move. So now after queen d5, there's check and knight f6, and it's tough because Oscar is quite young and having to play this late at night. It's almost like midnight now. It's tough. That's the only part that maybe it's a bit tougher with this tournament, that the rounds are later. But I think the whole idea, the way it was thought through when the tournament was created, was to give people who happen to have day jobs the ability to play, later in the day, because they'll go for their jobs and then they play. I think, considering how long the tournament has taken place. We had some. Wait, what? Is he trying to get a draw? Why didn't he give a check? Come on, this is easy. Like, what am I missing? It's just a fork. Okay, maybe they're trying to get a draw. I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to get extra time because he's low on time. We've had a few moves here. Rook g8. Yeah, there's no... This is what he can try, but the problem is white comes king f5. Like, you gotta be careful down to lose. Those g pawns are pretty strong, right? Double pawns, but they're pretty strong on the g file. Definitely. Oh, I forgot about Pontifician's game. Okay, white did take the pawn. I did suggest that. That's pretty good. The only tough thing about having to play against two rooks is being mindful about some mating net. If you're able to avoid the mating net, you should be fine. So I'm thinking for black, maybe bishop c7 and try to get the rook moving and push, but we can also start pushing the f pawn, which, okay, maybe not yet. Because now I think... This is annoying. Okay, so okay, if bishop c7, white needs to be a bit careful about the checks. Do you guys have a preference for which game you want us to stay more focused on? Oh. Yeah, I guess Praveen just simply missed 98, knight f6. That's surprising. He played queen f3. He's still improving, but okay. Is he gonna do it now? But now queen e6 does control the square. So maybe now he wants to do this. No, wait a second, I can take, oopsie. Oopsie daisy, you think you can take the knight? Nope, not happening just yet. Okay, so after queen here, what is it that we do? I'm not sure. Because I really like that knight in f6. I mean, he could just bring it this way, but it's just like slower. Why is black? Oh, okay, they have the delay. I keep forgetting that they have a delay, and I'm like, why are they playing so slow? Ah, what about? It's killing me. He just blundered. I'm clearly getting tired. It's only 1 a.m. No issues. What if I just take? I did not vote this. I guess what? White doesn't still have advantage here despite having 3 pawns already exchanged. That's good to know. Okay. You know what? At least this is a more decent move. He's just gonna go back knight c4. Better all these tries for nothing. Yeah, prophylaxis, I guess, just to play. Come up with a move yourself. I like the idea to just sit and wait a bit. Okay, I believe this game is gonna end in a draw. Okay, we're probably gonna repeat. Alright, so that means he may be playing against Dariush. The Dariush had black pieces. Yeah, Dariush might get white against Josh tomorrow. That's gonna be an interesting game. I know, you're right, But it's a long tournament. It's a long tournament. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Fedoseev said it gets increasingly harder. I mean, there's so much more access to information these days than it was, 20 something years ago or 30 years ago. And you just need to know how to use it the right way. And, you can certainly improve a lot. And you have to have some confidence. And you also get to practice online a lot. In the past, people didn't really get the chance to do that. And practice is pretty, pretty important for a chess player. Like play, train specific positions if you're struggling with something in particular, and that is something, like people didn't really have the chance to do that in the past unless they really had someone who was there for them to help them out. And I think that helps a lot, like with chess.com, Lichess, other websites that give that opportunity, and you play people similar levels as you can certainly the only tough part is, when those players who are titled and have had their titles for a while, they do have a slight more experience, and that can be, a nice bonus to have. But okay, so g5 is somewhat a mistake for some reason. I was thinking to do this, but I guess it doesn't work. Because you just push. How bad is this? I guess we don't care because I have that check. Maybe white would have to deal with this. It might be tough. Did they agree on a draw yet? Not yet, but they will. All right, so now that the queen went away, he finally gets, yeah, okay, queen enters into play now. This will be game over. Where's the bars game? Oh my god. Oh my god. This would be like huge if this win actually happens. Are you kidding me? He didn't move the king? Well, not there, sorry. He didn't move the king back. Oh my god, this is a huge loss for Var. Does he think he has a mate? But he has no mate. This is huge. No! No! What did you do? No! Wait, is there a mate? I guess there's a mate. Wait. Wait. There's a mate here. Wait, if we think there's a mate, where's the mate? Yeah, Queen H7. Queen H7, Rook A7. Yeah. But here, where's the mate? Wait. I'm blind. Oh, Queen F3. Queen F3, Rook there. No, it's not Queen H7. Okay, so he wants to take here. Wait, how is white winning here? Don't tell me it's Rook C8. It can't be. Yeah, no. Is it just Queen G3? Yeah. No. I thought you trade and then the bishop is saying. Okay, but this is mate. Okay, I have a crazy idea. No. It would be too crazy. What about this? It has to be with protecting this. Maybe Rook A3? Queen G2? Queen G2, Queen H4. But wait, now this is not a threat. What about this is not a threat. What was the point with Rook A6? You have no threat. I was gonna say Rook here, but there's check and Rook there. Bishop somewhere. It is crazy. Because this is counter check. Just take the bishop. Wow. Just wow. Okay, now it will be probably perpetual or something. Yeah, the queen just gives checks here, even if you like. Chess is tough, my friends. Chess is very tough. Oh, black found Rook F8. Okay, white went to win the. Okay, but this should be a draw, I think. So many unexpected results in this. Did these guys try it? No. Okay, so they're gonna play a queen endgame now. Wait, does black have time for this? Okay, if this happens, I am gonna stop this room. There's no way I'm staying with another 2 hours for this queen endgame. I'm just letting you know in advance if that happens. Oh yeah, it's happening. Oh yeah, it's happening. Oh my god. I got so unlucky. Oh my goodness. Yeah, draw happening on this board. My division probably drew. Pravin is winning. What's the fastest way for white to win here? It's like f6. Because if you take, we take the knight, and take with the king. There should be some fancy idea of mate. f7. It's not mate, but yeah, it's cute. It's cute. It says mate in 7. No, check. And maybe now f7. Much better. Gauri, hey, how are you doing? How's it going? af7 and queen, that's crazy. Shout out to Gauri. What have you been up to, Gauri? Haven't seen you in forever. It's crazy. Josh is leading the tournament with 7 out of 7. Oh, they're gonna play this Queen End game. I will not sleep tonight. Oh, I got less than 2 hours to go to the airport. Thankfully, I'm not checking any bag or anything, so I guess I could leave later. Who gets 5 a.m. flights besides Sabina? Do you know anyone else who decides to take 5 a.m. flights? Yes, they are. It's crazy. It's crazy. I have a flight in 4 hours. uh I asked for permission to stop the stream early if the top boards were over, and I was like, yeah, sure. Clearly, the players do not want me to go to bed. No bed. No sleeping. No sleeping time tonight. You want to take over? I don't know that you can. I don't know that you can. It's almost over. They're like that game, this game, tough draw by VAR, really tough draw. But I mean, look at this. He almost lost. Can you believe he almost lost this against Michael Moore? Like in this position, White could have taken the bishop, and there's nothing that Black can do. This is just a check. This is just a check. I go Queen G3. I mean, I know he won't be happy, but like, he should be happy to save that. That's tough. And this game will last a while. Queen end games, lots of checks. And it's a B pawn. B pawn should be a draw. White's king is quite well placed. It has to be on the opposite corner of the promotion square in order to avoid check queens and stuff. I'm going to San Luis. I'm gonna teach my final camp. I'm teaching the final camp of the summer on Monday, starting on Monday. It's an all girls camp, which is the reason why I accepted to do one more. This is wow. This is gonna last a long time. It's going to last a long time. I did Praveen. He did not find that cute mate with F6. I thought that was pretty cute. Come on. Come on. He didn't find it. He went knight b5. Okay, he's still winning. So this game will last a while. Do you guys think Black has any chances to win this? Because White is struggling. White cannot push the pawn anymore, which means Black is the only one who can try to improve. By pushing those pawns forward, I mean slowly. Slowly but surely. Weirder things have happened after midnight. Like Sabina not having packed. I have to pack all these things also. For tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be intense because only one player gets to qualify for the US Championship. Only one. How many games? Yeah, just those. Wait, why do we still see the VAR game more? These guys got a draw. Oh, the time is still ticking. I think they forgot to turn it off. Okay, so we have 2 games remaining. This one. Josh is probably thinking, why did he? No, I'm sure he's fine to draw this. So Praveen finally won. Oh, nice, cute finish. Oh, there was such a cute finish. Did you guys see it? Aw, Ruga Fade, Queen H8. Aw. I feel for Oscar because he's a really cool kid, but the finish is nice. All right, these guys drew. Okay, good. Good. There's no way to progress this position. Okay, those guys drew. So we're set. We're set. 1 game remaining, which is not very important for the standings, guys. I was saved. I was saved by the draw. All right. I didn't even realize he had to go back. Or did he really have to go back? Or maybe they just I thought they were gonna play a little. Ah, I guess he does. He does. He does need to go. Okay, I even missed that. It's late. It's late. Okay. So for the standings, it means Josh is the sole leader now with 7.5. And at this point, we have so Daniel unfortunately is 6.5. He wasn't able to convert this game. His opponent played really strong this game. So we have International Master Bilic. We have Zhuzhen Zhao also drew. We have Darius Schwartz. We have Tanguy Ranguar. This game, which is still in progress, I very likely will end in a draw. And we have Harsha Baratakoti. VAR wasn't able to improve, and that's about it. So how many players? So 1 player with 7.5, and then we have, let's see, 1, 2, Ringwar, 3, 4, and his opponent 5. So 1 player with 7.5, 5 players with 7 points. And then if any of the players, if someone with 7 points beats, or at least like if someone holds a draw against Josh and someone else with 7 points wins, then the top 2 American players will end up facing one another in a tiebreaker. I don't know what's the system this time around. I will have to ask if that is the case tomorrow. But basically, to my knowledge, like if we look at the standings right now, where are my standings? If we look at the standings right now, so they didn't update them yet. But it seems very likely that from these players, since he played Schmackel, he cannot play Daniel, Antipov lost, he beat Zhuzhan Chao, it's a Darius can be paired against him. They also match colors. They match colors, so very likely the pairing will be Josh against Darius. Darius will have white, Josh will have the black pieces, and it's gonna be a super tough game. Now, if that ends up in a draw, then if some of the other players, so we have Sam Schmeckel, we have Tanguy Ranguar. We don't know what Magvicious is doing. Harsha. We have Bilic. That's it. Harsha and Bilic. So that is going to be game. That is going to be game over. I will look at board 9 really fast, I think. and that will be it for me. I have to catch a plane in 3 hours, in 3.5 hours. So let's try to see which one was board 9. This game is over. It was a draw. Yeah, they drew. Yeah, basically, actually, Michael was Var blundered in this position. He played the move bishop to e8, which is a blunder. He had to come right back with the king here, stay, and just kind of accept the draw. But he played bishop e8, and after this check, king c7, white could have simply captured the pawn. He played such a good game. I mean, brilliant. He's your kid? Well, you can be very proud. How old is he? He's played amazing this game. I mean, he was outplaying Var for most of it. 24. Okay, he's not really a kid. He's your kid, but he's not. Okay, when he said kid, I thought. He's on T2 chess team. Oh, wow, nice. Nice. Okay. Well, brilliant. He's played really well. I mean, he can be very proud of this game for sure. He almost was winning, so hopefully it doesn't feel too bad, but definitely continuing, the work there. Yeah. Bishop e8. If he takes it, there's nothing that black can do. No perpetual, nothing. This is just a check, and then there's not much. So white is up a rook, and then this allows a counter check, which trades the queens, and then it will be draw. Sorry, a win, because there's nothing else. If his king was going, no, this is a perpetual check. There's no escape. There's no escape. What do you mean, king a6? He starts taking all the pawns. He might be even winning. That's why black had to go back and forth and take the draw. And there's no way for black to escape the checks, because if the queen gets in there, then there's a perpetual. So yeah. Yes, this is live. This is live. Yeah, well, congrats. Well done to him. Keep working and continuing the goals. Combining chess and school is good. Hopefully he gets a decent time in Texas. No, I think the ratings are some chess.com ratings they put. Might be the FIDE ones, I don't know, because I saw his USCF is like 1900, so I think chess.com puts the FIDE ones potentially. Yeah. I don't mess with those. I don't know who puts them. It's just kind of chess.com, or they come from, yeah. Cool. Well, thanks for stopping by. And everyone, just to remind you, we're already in the next day. So today, Sunday, or maybe it's yesterday, or still yesterday for you. For me, it's already today. It's August 3rd, Sunday, August 3rd at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Starts the final round of the US Open, where we will have definitely some tough fights for the top places. I'm really looking forward to see who's going to take it all home. I don't know how it's gonna work this year, if we might be able to even interview the person who wins potentially or not, or maybe someone on site will be doing the interview. But anyways, it is definitely like great to see so many top grandmasters in the country having gone there and trying to fight for the spot. Some of them unfortunately don't have the opportunity to qualify anymore, but right now, just talking about potentially, it could be Josh Friedel. He's the leader right now, is 7.5, and then we have Sam Schmackel with 7, international master Alexei Bilic, but he doesn't have the ability to qualify because he's not playing for US list. Darius Schwartz, Tangiran Guar, depending on what happens on this game, maybe Matvishin, maybe not. Harsha Baratakoti, and that's about it. So 5 players, potentially 6, who have the ability to actually win the whole tournament, but it is the top American player that gets to qualify. If they're two tied or three tied, or doesn't matter how many tied players, the top two American players will end up playing a tie break. I don't know the system yet on how it's gonna be. It's usually a bidding. They bid the number and then they end up playing based on that, but that remains to be seen. So it's gonna be what I have to do. I have to catch a plane. I have to fly. I'm flying in 3 hours and a half. I'm headed to San Luis. I'll be doing a commentary for the final round from there. So hopefully you guys will all be ready for it at 4 p.m. Eastern time, final round. I hope it's gonna be exciting for everyone. Make sure you get some tea, get some drink, prepare your popcorn for a long day of commentary, because I have the feeling it's gonna be long, especially for top boards, for the person who qualifies. I mean, it's usually lasting till the end of the day now. I don't know if it's gonna be that way. They have actually more live boards than ever. I think I don't remember last time we had 30 boards live. Obviously I try my best to cover every single board, but of course the main focus is on the top ones. However, if you have someone who plays on lower boards and you'd like me to cover that particular game, please do not hesitate to to let me know, and I'll be sure to try to cover it. Other than that, yeah, like, I hope you have a good weekend. Enjoy your Sunday, and hope to see you in a little bit. I'll probably sign off now, and I'm just looking to see if there's anyone to raid potentially. I don't really see anyone. Because I have the feeling this game will end in a draw, and it's gonna be a great result for Corbin if he manages to do so. But I hope you enjoyed this commentary. Don't forget to follow US Chess on social media accounts, on all of them, including here, if you haven't done so yet. There's been quite a lot of content being posted on YouTube, so that is probably a great place to go if you're looking for more educational content, whether it is a report from a tournament, game analysis, interview, or some brief surveys of openings. I highly recommend checking it out. Yeah, this game might be lasting a long time. I don't know how much longer. So I'm gonna try to take the rest of the... Although Corbin doesn't have that much time, so anything could happen. He could play very fast. But I'll take the rest of the time to finish packing and get ready for my trip. I have to pack all these devices, computer devices, make sure I don't forget anything to be able to continue the streaming tomorrow. So I wish you all a great rest of your night. Catch up the game on here. I'll put the link in the chat. It's already pinned, but in case you miss it, this is the link where you can chop the games. Especially this is the last one, last game remaining. And I will be seeing you guys later. Have a great rest of your night, everyone.